space here. Good morning. I'm calling to order day 2 of the May 14th edition of the State Election Board. We have quite a number of cases to hear today, so we're going to try and get through those as quickly as possible. We have a quorum. Member Jeffries, Member King, and Member Johnston is here with me today, and Alexander, our paralegal, and then our investigators. And so we're very happy to be back, and hopefully we'll get through the rest of the agenda today. We're going to, yesterday was a little chaotic because I was trying to get all the people that had to travel long distances heard so that they wouldn't have to come back for a second day and spend the night in a hotel or whatever, and created some confusion. The next meeting that we have in July, we're going to try and schedule it so that anybody who travels a long distance is heard first on the agenda that way. And we may even break it up into 2 days so that your case will either be heard on day 1 or day 2, and you'll have better direction on when you need to show up, and hopefully that'll help with some of the confusion. So we have a whole lot of backlog cases that we'll be hearing this year, and so I imagine that all of our meetings going forward will be 2-day meetings at least to try and work down that caseload. So, but we'll try and as we work through this, schedule them a little bit better so people don't have to sit here all day long or sit through both days till your case gets here. But we're always going to try and hear those people that have to travel a long way first so that they can get home. That being noted, DeKalb County has asked that they have their cases heard first because their attorney is with us today and has another obligation this afternoon. So we're going to go through the DeKalb cases real quick, hopefully, and hear those, and then we'll get back onto the agenda. So the first case on the agenda today to be heard was slated for dismissal, and it's SEB 2024-062. No, I'm sorry. SEB 2022-369. It's tab 20 in your binders. Yes. Squeaky chair.
My chair.
Okay. Name is Michael Brunson from the Secretary of State's Investigations Division. Okay, so this case involves 3 different allegations. And this is all connected to the November 8th, 2020 general election. And really the circumstances of allegation 1 and 2 are basically very, very similar in that in the first allegation, a voter submitted an absentee ballot application, requested a mail ballot be sent to a Texas address. Additionally, the voter requested to be added to the rollover list for the remainder of the election cycle. There's evidence to suggest that the voter's November 2022 ballot was sent to the Texas address as requested and was sent within the time required. However, the voter stated it was not received. The voter returned to Georgia, canceled the original requested mail ballot, and voted advanced in person. As a result of the ballot cancellation, the system automatically removed the voter from the rollover mailing list. DeKalb County Elections provided their training and their procedure for canceling ballots, which showed that for a voter to remain on the rollover list, workers need to manually return the voter back to the elderly/disabled status after the ballot cancellation was completed, or the voter would need to resubmit an absentee ballot application indicating their desire. And in this first allegation, it appears that that was not done. However, there is no law that says that that has to be done. That is a DeKalb County internal administrative policy/training issue. The second incident is very similar to that, where a voter requested a ballot be sent to an alternative address out of state, and then very similar circumstances. So to go through it would be superfluous. The third allegation, the voter requested a mail ballot for the December 6, 2022 election, reported that it was not received. All records indicate the ballot was mailed to the address listed on ElectionNet, as well as the address listed on the absentee ballot application. And in that case, the investigation was unable to determine why the voter did not receive their ballot. So that's the crux of the case, is that in these instances, there's no violation that we saw. And so that's why it was put in the dismissal section and not in the violation section.
So there was evidence that the ballots were sent and so possible the post office just didn't get them delivered.
Yes. That's,
Dr. Johnson, do you have some questions?
I do.
Okay.
My questions are for DeKalb County. Does DeKalb County utilize ballot tracking?
Yes, good morning. I'm Keisha Smith, the Director of DeKalb County Voter Registration and Elections. And yes, we do utilize the state system in terms of tracking
What sort of tracking is
the
utilized?
ballots. And so, right, there is a process where once we enter it into Jarvis, there's a way to track when the ballots, anticipate when the ballots are mailed, when they would be mailed.
Okay. Is there a difference between issuing a ballot and sending a ballot?
The issue is the date that we, yes, there could be a difference between issuing and sending, depending on who's mailing the ballots.
Okay. So I know DeKalb County and other counties have a category where they state the ballot has been issued. And am I correct? That means the ballot was received into the office and credit was given to the voter. Is that correct?
Issued is when the ballot is sent, not when it's received into the office.
Okay. Oh, so it's issued. But when it's actually put in the mail, is that the same thing as issued?
It could be the same thing as issued. It depends on if there's a third party that's mailing the absentee ballot, which we do utilize state-approved vendors from time to time to issue those ballots.
Okay.
Or mail those ballots.
To mail the ballots?
Yes.
So the ballot application is received, and the county's puts a notification in their system that it was, a ballot is issued.
That it should be issued, and then the third party would then pull the files with the ballots that should be sent or mailed at that time.
But it might be issued, but not actually delivered to the USPS or for
That's
a day
correct.
or two or three?
That's
Is
correct.
that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a documentation of when it actually is put into the mail carrier service?
I believe that we have an estimate of when it should be delivered to the mail.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there USPS tracking or vendor tracking for absentee ballots?
I believe that there are several ways to track those, and some counties actually pay for additional services to track. We do not pay
You
for
do
that. No.
Okay. So once it's put into the USPS system, you do not have a way to track that it was actually delivered to the voter
There's no certified part, no.
or
where a
returned
voter
from the
has to
voter to the
sign.
office
No.
until you receive it?
That's correct.
Correct. Okay. All right. When there's, when a person meets the qualifications for being on the rollover list and they vote in person, then their rollover status changes, correct? They lose that automatic rollover for that election?
Could you repeat that? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
if I
so
understand that
in this
question.
case, the voter requested a ballot for the primary, and they also checked the box that said they wanted to be on the rollover list to receive automatically receive ballots for the rest of the election cycle. But when they voted in person for the primary, the rollover status was canceled, correct?
Yes, so I can kind of answer
Yes.
what you're saying here from the investigation. So the investigator spoke with Rebecca Anglin from the Secretary of State's Elections Office, and she confirmed the following information. If a mailed absentee ballot is canceled, the voter is automatically removed from the rollover list and would have to reapply to opt back into the reoccurring mail ballots. Secondly, when a voter is added to the automatic rollover mailing list, the address for all future mailings defaults back to the voter's registered voting address. And so in case 2, that's what happened in case 2. The first part is what happened in case 1, where he went and he canceled it and went and voted in person, then that took him off the list.
Okay. So not only are they canceled from the automatic rollover of sending the next absentee ballot for the next election, the temporary address is also canceled.
Yes, it
And
defaults back to-
defaults back to the residence address. How would a disabled or elderly person that gets automatic rollover ballots know this?
They would have to be familiar with the process.
Correct. Does DeKalb County have a process or a procedure to notify
Yes.
voters that they're now not on the rollover list and they have to apply again?
Yes, our internal processes have enhanced where we do reach out to individuals who were on the rollover list before each election, when possible.
When possible,
Yes.
but not automatic?
Well, the thing is, if we're only mailing them, they may not have a phone number, they may not have an email address, and so if we attempt to contact them, yes.
Okay. But the general public doesn't know that, I feel sure to say. So it's a convenience to have that automatic rollover, but unless you're into this whole election system and receiving and requesting absentee ballots, I would think that they would assume that they would still get another ballot because they checked rollover and they were not informed when they voted in person because their ballot did not arrive, and so they presented to vote in person that they're canceled. It's not technically it's not a violation, but I would kindly request that DeKalb County establish a written policy of how to handle this, because many of these people that are requesting absentee by mail ballots are elderly, they are disabled, and to expect them to be experts in the administration of absentee voting, I think is asking too much. So I just wanted to raise these questions that perhaps this would be something the board could focus on as something to benefit voters in the area of absentee by mail voting. So does anybody else have any questions? Okay. Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we dismiss this case.
We have a motion to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion to dismiss in a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing case number SCB 2022-369 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Carries 3-0. This sounds like an opportunity for a rule.
Right, if we have the authority to
If we have the
promulgate
authority to do
rules.
something like that.
If we're allowed to pass a rule.
The next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-062, DeKalb County VR fraud, voter registration fraud.
Which number is this? Which
I'm sorry, 2024-062, it's tab 24.
202. You said 202-4.
2024-062, tab 24.
Okay. I'm Sarah Koth with the Secretary of State Investigations. This is case number SEB 2024-062, voter registration fraud. We received complaints regarding 2 unrelated DeKalb County residents that received voter registration cards in the name of a person whom they were unfamiliar with living at their house. The first one, the complainant said that she received one for James Cheek, who was her husband's cousin, and according to the complainant, he had never lived there. The investigator spoke with James and said that he had stayed there for some time in Georgia. He is a resident of Florida. He never registered in Georgia to vote, but he was working here as a stunt double for the movies. He said that he stayed at the DeKalb address intermittently while working on different projects, and then he also stayed in Fayetteville for about 6 months. But he does live in Florida. He had never registered. The director of DeKalb County provided a screenshot of his DDS application, but it didn't really contain any pertinent information. So it appears that DDS registered him to vote. He did not, but we couldn't, the paperwork didn't show that he registered. The second one, the complainant advised she received for a Chantel Johnson. We tried all the information that was in Jarvis, the Georgia Registered Voter Information System, could not find anything that was legitimate for this person, and we tried all of the other databases we have access to and could not find a Chantel Johnson in that area. So there would have been a violation if we could have figured out if this was a real person or not. That's why it was in the dismissal. So if we had found someone, we would have given them OCGA 212561 false registration. But we don't know if that's a real person.
Dr. Johnson, you have some questions?
A question for the investigator. Mr. Cheek said he'd never registered, but in fact, he had registered through DDS. Is
No,
that
he
correct?
got a driver's license.
Right.
So it looks like DDS may have registered him to vote. He never voted in Georgia, and so it was a DDS application that must have put him in there. He did not check that box.
He opted out.
No, he left it blank.
He left it blank. So if they leave it blank, then they are registering to vote. Correct?
You can opt out, but you don't have to opt
Yeah,
in.
but it's easily
Possibly,
overlooked.
if we have a lot though where if it's, people don't read that part because it doesn't pertain to them. So they really need to maybe put it on a separate piece of paper, but that would be a DDS concern.
Can we
Because it is in the
discuss-
middle of all that paperwork and they just don't pay attention to it. And we get a lot where DDS registers the people because they're like, oh, it's blank, cool, they wanted to do it.
Yeah.
Correct. So DDS automatically registers people to vote unless they opt out. And DDS accounts for the vast majority of voter registrations in Georgia. And DDS accounts for the vast majority of duplicate or triplicate registrations in Georgia. I find this an opportunity to to research this and perhaps work with the Secretary of State who works with the Commissioner of Driver Services to try to find a solution to this chronic problem that we have with duplicate registrations or people that perhaps come up as a potential violation or an allegation of a violation or some issue and they state that they're not aware that they were registered to vote, but in fact they were. Perhaps with DDS this needs to be, I know all they want to do is get people a driver's license. That's their number 1, 2, and 3 priority is issuing driver's licenses, but because of NVRA, they're obligated to offer voter registration through DDS, which is convenient for most folks, but it's also problematic for a lot of voters, and certainly we see this with the State Election Board. So I just wanted to make a point. That'd be an opportunity for improvement in the arena of voter registrations. As far as Chantel Johnson, the second complaint, that appears to be a non-existent person. Is that correct?
Possibly. We couldn't confirm or deny that. Couldn't find her.
All right. So for DeKalb County, is Mr. Cheek still on the voter rolls in DeKalb County?
I would have to check to determine that. I don't know the answer right now, but I will look into
Okay.
that, yeah.
And is Ms. Chantel Johnson on the voter rolls in DeKalb County?
I would have to check that as well. I
Now,
will.
they did try to remove her off there. According to Ms. Hutton, when the complainant had contacted DeKalb, they attended a Board of Registration meeting on November 15th, 2019, and a motion was made to remove Chantel Johnson from that residence. And then there was another meeting, the letter stated that the Board of Registration reversed the cancellation and maintained it for whatever reason.
So that was before my time in 2019, but I will check, have staff check, and can get back with you on that.
Was Ms. Chantel Johnson a challenge voter? Was that part of a challenge?
The way it reads it, I mean, they didn't use that word. It said it was a motion was made to remove her, and then she was not, after reviewing the board minutes, they discovered that the case was reviewed and she was removed by the board. However, due to a non-citizen lawsuit against DeKalb County in February of 2020, the County Board of Voter Registration decided to rescind the removal in other entities. So it looked like it was a challenge that got reversed then, once they removed it.
Was she part of a mass removal? I mean, or,
I don't know.
When-
It's-
yeah, we don't know
It just
that.
says due to some lawsuit that had happened before.
Okay.
Does DeKalb County have a response of why she was inexplicably put back on the voter rolls?
That was before my arrival, so I'm not sure of the lawsuit. I'm vaguely familiar with a statewide lawsuit, but I don't have all of the details of that or the actions after.
Does DeKalb County, does the registrar for DeKalb County from time to time review the voter registration list and challenge voters that appear to not exist or live in other states?
Yes, there are daily list maintenance activities that occur, as well as annual mass checks on the voter rolls in our office. So yes.
Okay. Does DeKalb County go through the registrar challenge process where they send a letter to the elector, the registrant on the list, and
Yes,
have
we-
them appear to DeKalb County for a
Yes,
hearing?
we do follow the laws around list maintenance, and that's one of them. That's one of the processes.
Okay. Any other questions?
When did you become the election director?
I became the director in February of 2022.
Okay. I thought you were fairly new. Yeah, I've heard good things about you though, on both sides. But I know there are. I had to say it like that, but I have to. But I do think that there are some things that we need to tweak a little bit. I'm sure you're hearing that now as well. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ms. Smith has a banker's background, so she's good with process and numbers. Mr. Chair, if there are no further questions, I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
I move that we dismiss this case, but I would request that DeKalb County reply to the State Election Board as to the status of these two registrants on the voter list.
Understood. Thank you.
Alexander, could you send the letter, please, under my signature? Thank you. We have a motion to dismiss with a letter to follow up. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion to dismiss with a letter to follow up and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Case 2024-062 is dismissed. Next case is SEB 2024-156, which is tab 25. Dr. Johnson, you have some questions on this one? All right, we'll let him read that.
So this was a complaint filed regarding improper voter registration on college campuses. A student contacted our office alleging that Emory Voting Initiative, operating on Emory University campus, is flatly informing applicants of the wrong information regarding where they may lawfully apply to register to vote. Complainant reported she personally witnessed the group tell students that they do not need a separate residence and mailing address, and instructed students to register solely at the on-campus mailroom. And if this is substantiated, it's a potential violation of 21-2-217 sub A sub 1, rules for determining residence. Our investigator did try to follow up and get specific information from this complainant, and she wasn't able to provide that. So it was just her allegation that this was going on. We did check into it. Our investigator spoke with a representative his name is James Rowland. He's the senior director at the Center for Civic and Community Engagement with Emory University. And what he stated was that Emory University provides on-campus housing for students with an assigned mailbox with a campus mailroom. Emory University students that do not have mailboxes at their residence, on-campus housing units. Additionally, students frequently change dorm rooms within the housing units as semesters change, but their assigned mailbox remains the same. He said that based on previous guidance given to Emory University from DeKalb County elections, Emory students are allowed to register to vote utilizing their on-campus mailbox address, as the only students with an on-campus mailbox are those residing on campus. And then apparently they did receive additional guidance in 2024 from DeKalb County, where students are using their residence hall address in addition to their campus mailbox. And then our investigator did do an audit to see, if this is happening, and that's what we see now with many of the individuals registered at Emory, is they're using their actual dorm room locations to register. So we weren't able to get, in this case, we weren't able to get any specific individuals that we could talk to and find out and say, okay, this individual. So that's one of the reasons why. And then they said the guidance they received and the way that was corrected in 2024. And so it seems that now students are registering at their dorm room location, apparently. So, and this is an issue with a lot of universities and colleges, where students that stay in dorms, and some of it too is gonna, I hate to beat a dead horse here, but this is gonna be somewhat of a DDS issue too, where if they're getting a driver's license, et cetera, and then they're using, oh, hey, I live on campus, here's the address for the university. That's what gets put on their driver's license, and bam, you just registered to vote also. So.
I feel like we're continuing to see a couple of issues. I think it's the DDS situation, obviously, on the automatic. And then also, we have a lot of these non-governmental organizations that are coming into states and assisting. But if you're going to assist, you need to know state law. They need to know our code. They need to make sure they're accurately explaining to people what we are doing. And so when you have several different organizations, as we saw yesterday, an organization where we have an attorney who doesn't know where the headquarters of the organization is, we got these type of situations occurring. And then now the student is in trouble. If you were able to find this student, then they would be in trouble for something that may not have been their fault outright. Now, obviously, we all have a duty to know our law, but this is concerning. The number of organizations that can just come into our state and start registering people to vote without knowing state law. So I do think that as a board, there's something we need to look at that as well.
Is there a representative from Emory Voting Initiative here? No?
You weren't able to identify anybody, were you?
No, we were not. Nobody specific.
Okay.
And then when she followed up with the complainant never responded to her. So I don't know if, because in 2024, they did actually apparently try to address this issue, maybe because of her complaint. Maybe she felt, hey, it's taken care of, so I don't need to be contacted, because our investigator did. And I pointedly asked that question, hey, did we reach back out to her to try to see if she's got anybody specific who was given bad information? And we were unable to obtain that information.
Does Emory, do they take responsibility for this initiative? Do they own this, or is this like something?
Yeah, this looks like this is a part of
the university.
Yeah, the university. So this is not an outside group coming in. This is the name of the group is
and they don't understand
Emory
state law.
Voting Initiative. So
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, Emory, or this Emory Voting Initiative, and many of these other TPOs seem to be woefully lacking in information and perhaps oversight, whether they're informing students correctly about residence address versus a mailing address, or whether they're informing students that are from out of state or out of jurisdiction that when they register to vote, they're signing an oath that they reside at that location. And along with that comes other obligations to get a driver's license, to change their auto insurance, to perhaps make adjustments to scholarships that they're receiving from out of state. It might put in jeopardy their qualifications for a scholarship if they're no longer a resident of a different state. And also, these students will need to contact the voter registration office for every move they make while they're in college to be properly addressed at the residence where they live, because it makes a difference on who they may vote for. It's different for a statewide election, but if you're talking about a school board or a city council member or some local office, that residence does make a difference. I think this is an opportunity. We have a number of rules, state election board rules, that deal with TPOs, third-party organizations. If there are no further questions, I'd like to make a motion.
Yeah, I was just researching Emory Voting Initiative here, just exactly what the association was, but please make your motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we continue this case to provide an opportunity for our investigators to research this TPO and other TPOs as far as the product of the outcome of these voter registrations and the qualifications and oversight that are provided by these TPOs for voter registration groups. and then perhaps, and then bring this case back at that time. I think we need more information. It seemed like there was lacking information from the complainant, and I'm not real sure about the connection with Emory and who's responsible on the Emory campus. And it seems like in the report that there was an issue with what they were informing students, and then when there was the first mention of this case, I guess, or investigation, the policy changed. So I'd like to have a little more information about what they have been telling students and what they currently are informing students of.
Well, the only part of your motion I have an issue with is TPOs are wide-ranging and could be all across the state, so I'm wondering if we want to focus on, since this complaint is against Emory, focus on Emory and have Emory respond to it?
Yes, I would like Emory to respond to it. But also, colleges and universities are located throughout the state, so how we deal with Emory, I think, may certainly send a message or provide guidance to all the university systems and colleges that we have in Georgia as far as how to deal with either education, training, reporting, record keeping, oversight of their volunteers and their employees, and to make sure that they're compliant with Georgia election laws.
Well, let's, if you're okay with doing this, let's task our investigators with SEB with researching the TPOs and how they register their students for voting. And then we can ask the SOS investigators to, we'll continue this case and ask Emory to respond at a follow-up meeting.
Okay.
The Emory Voting Initiative, I mean, they have a website, so we ought to be able to get in touch with somebody.
No, I mentioned the guy from the
Yeah.
university who's
Yeah.
in charge of
Yeah,
it.
so we'd like them to come in and
We'd
talk to us
like-
about what they do
Okay.
It would
then.
be nice to hear
Yeah.
from them.
Okay.
Mr.
James
Mr.
Rowland.
Rowland, yes.
Okay. So we have a motion to continue this case and request that Emory respond at a future meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of continuing this case and having Emory respond to future meeting signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman. On a separate note, kind of testing this, but connected to this, but some other things. When it comes to,
Are we changing the motion?
no,
Let me finish this.
Oh,
and then we'll-
sorry,
Okay, let me, any dissent? Hearing no dissent, so moved. The motion carries to continue this case 3-0. I'm sorry, Member King.
that's okay, sorry about that. So I have some questions around, we've been talking about DDS, and then there was a lot of conversation around the ERIC system, and when we're talking about college students, it's a high probability that these students may be registered to vote in other states as well as here. So now we're having a situation of two registrations. And I know there's some that, like the ERIC system, that supports half of our states, but I have a concern that DDS is not picking that up. There should be some type of connection where people, when they register to go get a driver's license, if they make a mistake and don't opt out of the voter registration process, there should be some type of alert or something that says, hey, this person's registered to vote in another state. So I just think that, I just want to make sure I'm on record stating that this is another reason why I personally think that we need to look at another system outside of ERIC, because if the system is not representing every single state, then that's, number one, a problem. But then number two, if the system is not working in our state because we're now issuing driver's license and voter registrations to people who could be registered in another state, then why are we spending taxpayers' dollars for a system that's not working? So I just want to make sure I'm on record.
Thank you, Member King.
Well, while we're at it, I'd like
I can't write fast enough.
I would also like to go on record, as we heard cases yesterday involving persons that were registered to vote in two states and claimed they did not know they had registered to vote in state, or that they were still registered to vote in Georgia, or could come back to Georgia when they're no longer eligible to vote in Georgia, but they're still registered in another state. I think it would be prudent for the state election board to perhaps write a letter to the voting rights department of the Department of Justice, expressing our concern for registrants that are found on multiple state voter registration lists, and that this, some people say it's okay to be registered to vote in another state as long as you don't vote, or you don't vote twice. But the point is that we should have only eligible voters on our active voter list. And on the inactive voter list, those also should be eligible voters. You're eligible, and then you're active or you're inactive. And ineligible should be over here on some canceled list. So I think it's a national problem also, and I think goes beyond the state of Georgia. And I just think an informative letter to the DOJ might be in order.
Are you volunteering to write that letter?
I will write that letter.
Thank you. I'd appreciate getting to see it first.
I was hoping she would write it.
And I might show it to all of you.
That'd be nice. Next item on the agenda is SEB 2024-177, DeKalb County non-citizen voting. It's tab number 26.
The Secretary of State's office received a list of some jurors that had claimed to be non-citizens with the Georgia voter registration system that have been registered to vote. So they had said that they were non-citizens for jury duty. So we got this list because they're registered voters. So we opened up separate cases per allegation. And on this one, Mr. Kane is a registered voter, and he's also born and raised in Ohio. So he is a citizen. The verbiage that he had used on his paperwork was that he has renounced his declaration of political status to his lawful birthright political status of Ohioan.
Can you say that again?
He has renounced his declaration of political status to his lawful birthright political status of Ohioan.
I have no idea what that means, but thank you.
He's from Ohio, and he was just saying that he's
Okay.
declared that.
Right.
So that's why it was in the dismissal.
Was there any questions on this case?
I have a question. This was, for the investigator, this was picked up on a jury summons list, is this
It
correct?
came from one of our employees that had received the documents, whose U.S. citizenship was in question based on conflicting information provided on court juror applications.
On the jury application? So does that mean that on the jury application, he claimed he was a non-citizen?
He claimed that he renounced his declaration of political status to his lawful birthright political status of Ohioan. That's what flagged it. So he had marked that he wasn't a citizenship because he has declared his Ohioan status. Sounds like maybe a sovereign citizen. but
Sounds like what?
Possibly a sovereign citizen. So he said he wasn't, that's what I read from that, but,
Oh, boy.
so he wasn't on the jury selection.
It always fascinates me, the people that know such complicated laws but don't know basic laws. Like, that's just so fascinating to me.
The chair will entertain a motion on this case. We have a motion to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hearing no opposition, so moved. This case is dismissed. Do it? Yeah, we're going to dispense with all those. The next item on the agenda is, I'm going to do SEB 2023-039, DeKalb County Residency and Voter Registration Issues, is tab 49.
Party out there.
49.
Tab 49. 2023-039,
49.
tab 49. Yes.
So, this is a case that is connected to the general election November 8th, 2022. And one of the things that we looked at in this case, this is going to be another case, like I said, I know we're on the same theme with a number of DDS registrations. This is a case that we will take another look at upon further review. There is one violator on this case, but there's potentially more. There's some people we weren't able to identify or to track down. And so I'll go through the allegations. There's actually four allegations here. So the first allegation is that voters that are in an inactive status are being returned to an active status by simply applying for an absentee ballot. The complainant identified a sampling of 43 voters that were inactive on the DeKalb County Elections voter rolls on 8/5/2022 and 10/3/2022. According to the Jarvis system, these voters were listed, I'm sorry, it was actually ENET in 2022 still. These voters were listed as inactive due to not responding to the voter confirmation card sent out by the DeKalb County Voter Registration Office or due to return mail from the U.S. Post Office. These voters were placed in the inactive status as described in OCGA 21-2-234 and OCGA 21-2-235, which defines the term no contact as the elector has not filed an updated voter registration card, has not filed a change of name or address, has not signed a petition, which is required by law to be verified by the election superintendent of a county or municipality. So basically, the first complaint from the complainant is saying that these individuals are being returned to an active status by simply requesting an absentee ballot registration, which if you look at the code section 234, that is one of those things that consist of activity that would cause somebody to be put back in the inactive status. So that the first part of that allegation then is based on that is not sustained, or that's our recommendation. So any questions on the, I'll go each one.
Are there any questions on that from the board?
A question, how many registrants or voters pertain to allegation 1?
43, it looks like.
43. And in your review of all 43 registrants, were they were eligible inactive voters?
Pardon me?
Were all 43 registrants eligible voters? Eligible but inactive voters?
Yes, that's what it looks like you're listening. Inactive status. Yes. And then the 43, they requested an absentee ballot for the November 8, 2022 general election. And once the voter submitted that absentee ballot application, that's considered contact, which moved the vote from the inactive status to the active status.
Are you wanting to continue, which allegations are you wanting to continue investigating?
So, in looking at allegation number 2, we want to continue because there's a number of people. So number 2 involves individuals registered at a business address.
But there was one individual name there that we could
Yeah,
deal
there's
with
one
today,
individual,
correct?
so we can deal with that individual. We were able to determine that she voted out of her district because the business address that she was using does not correspond to where we actually
Okay.
tracked her
All right, so
down.
we'll deal with her in a second.
Okay.
What about allegation 3 and allegation 4?
So allegation 3 deals with Agnes Scott College. So there are some things that we want to clear up with that one too. There's some
Okay.
people we weren't able to track down, so we'll continue that one.
Okay?
And then number 4, we can go ahead and deal with. There's no,
So the allegation 3 with Agnes Scott is, sounds kind of
it's going
similar
to
to
be
the
similar.
Emory.
It is going to be similar to the whole, you know,
Emory.
one that I kind of talked about earlier, yes.
So are we going to add Agnes Scott as a respondent then?
In the case, it's a little different in that the Agnes Scott situation does not, hold on.
It's not that.
That's actually a DeKalb County issue, allowing them to use Agnes Scott address.
Yeah.
So it wasn't, okay.
It's not, I don't think it's a third party.
Okay, so
in
you
that
want
case
to,
for
you want to
Agnes
continue
Scott.
that one? What about number 4?
But yeah, we'll continue that one.
Number 4?
Yeah, and then number 4, like I said, I can go ahead and address that.
Okay, so you want to address respondent number 2 and then address number 4?
1 and 4.
Well, 2 and 4.
No, 1 and 4 should be continued.
Yeah, I'm saying he wants to address today
Yeah.
number 2 and 4. The individual number 2 and then number 4.
Oh, the individual.
Yes, the individual,
Yeah, the individual that we have,
Miss Deed.
yeah. Let's do it.
I have a question about 1 still.
Okay. Dr. Johnson has a question.
So question for DeKalb County. Are only eligible voters on the inactive voter list?
You should be on.
Yes, they should be eligible voters. If they are found ineligible, then measures are taken to ensure that they are not on our rolls. So, yeah.
So everyone on the active voter list and the inactive voter list meet all the qualifications to vote in Georgia. Is that a true statement?
No, that's not a true statement. I mean, we work with list maintenance activities to ensure that everyone that's on DeKalb County's record rolls are eligible to be on the rolls. So, to my knowledge, yes, everyone that, is on their roll, that's on DeKalb County rolls are eligible.
Okay, so anyone that is moved from an inactive status to an active status, DeKalb County has verified their eligibility to vote, correct?
Yeah, to my knowledge, yes.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, for clarification, we are looking at possibly dismissing allegation 1 and 2.
No,
I'm
continuing.
sorry, no.
Continuing 1
One.
and 3. And
No.
continuing 1, portions of 2, and number 3, hearing the individual case in number 2, and hearing number 4.
Okay.
Correct?
So, Allegation 1, hearing
Continue.
today. No charges in that one. Allegation 2 continued except for Mrs. D.
I thought you told me you had further information you wanted to look into for number 1.
No.
Oh, you read here, okay.
No.
All right,
So 1 and 4.
For number 2. So number 2, we're going to look at
all right.
additional, but then we're going to pull Ms. Deed out of that as a respondent and discuss her case today.
Got it. All right.
And then number 3 was the Agnes Scott. So we'll look at that. And then 4, we're going to talk about today.
Okay.
All right.
So,
All right.
so now it'll be Ms. Deed and then 4. Because I've already talked about 1. I know this is confusing a little bit, but
It is confusing. So these are 4 different
Four
lists
different-
of voters?
what's that?
Allegation 1, 2, 3, and 4 involve 4 different lists of voters?
Yes, it was separate issues
Separate people.
as it relates to, so 1 was what I described about the inactive to active. 2 is folks registered at a business address to vote. 3, Agnes Scott. And then 4 is the NCOA, National Change of Address System. So it's 4 different issues.
All right, let's
right.
let's deal with 1 then. So
All
you've
right,
made
so
your,
1.
you've heard your case. Are any more questions relating to 1?
No.
Allegation 1. Dr. Johnson?
No, so nothing, no one was found that was moved from inactive to active as being ineligible to vote. That was reviewed, or it was just the process of?
Yeah, we looked at the
contact?
process of what makes it lawful for someone to be moved from inactive to active. And the fact that these individuals requested that is listed in 234, that is one of the definitions of contact, which allows someone to be placed
Okay.
in the active status from inactive. So based on
Certainly.
that, we said that there's no violation of law there for that specific allegation.
There is no violation, but there was no allegation that these were ineligible voters?
No,
Okay,
no, it was just that. That was just the crux of her first complaint.
okay.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I'm at dismiss.
We have a motion to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion to dismiss and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Allegation number 1 is dismissed. Now let's deal with number 2.
Okay, so number 2, we're going to deal with Mrs. Deed. So there were 4 challenged voters that were registered at a UPS store at 2566 Shaliford Road, Northeast in Atlanta, Georgia. Some of the voters we were not able to identify, but we were able to identify Mrs. Nancy Deed, who voted in the November 2020 election. Our investigator spoke with her. She stated she's a truck driver and is constantly on the road traveling and was residing in Riverdale in Clayton County, Georgia during 2020. She claimed that she could not recall the residential address where she resided in Riverdale, however. But what she stated was she was not aware she could not register to vote with the UPS store address since that was her mailing address when she obtained her driver's license. She stated she received a letter from DeKalb County Elections which stated she called and left a message but never received a call back. The investigator explained to Mrs. Deed how to update her residential address on the My Voter page and sent Mrs. Deed an email with a link to the My Voter page. And now apparently her address is accurately reflected in Clayton County, Georgia. So at least we got that corrected, but she did vote. She was one of the people we were able to get in contact with her. She did vote out of district because she lives in Clayton County. She lived in Clayton County when she voted, and she's, DeKalb County, so.
So to be clear, she forgot her home address, but remembered her business address to get a driver's license. And then that automatically registered her to vote. And then it was time for her to vote. She went to the county where she worked and not the county where she lives.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then again, another DDS issue. Now, we don't know commercial addresses versus residential to be able to, again, reject, anyway. Okay, yeah, if you have any more questions, but I can.
Go ahead.
One of the things now with the Jarvis system that makes it better than ENET is that now counties can actually go in and flag business addresses. So therefore, whenever someone tries to do this now, at least that can be flagged in the system where ENET didn't have that capacity. So counties were kind of at a disadvantage with ENET because, I mean, you got DeKalb County, how many businesses are in DeKalb County? I mean, to have a county try to go through and identify all the businesses and track, and then you have storage facilities where, okay, yeah, there's an apartment that someone actually may live on it. So now Jarvis has the process where you can flag it, and so it'll pop up. So that makes it much easier. So you should see less of these type of issues, hopefully, moving forward.
Okay.
You know, as we move forward. So
Do all 159 counties use that process
yeah, Jarvis, yes.
to
I
flag?
think that's part of the training. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. So that's what's disseminated as part of the training to, you know, there's actually a manual that kind of shows, I believe, how you can go in and do that and flag all the different businesses in your county. And so if somebody tries to register, that should give an indication that, hey, this is a business address.
Okay.
Miss Lee, were you a complainant for this particular, for Miss Deed? Do you have any comments that you want to make? Yes?
There was a few.
Press your.
On Ms. Deed specifically, I have no comment. She was one of the many people in UPS stores and/or post office boxes, but and there's no way to determine from a citizen's point of view if these people actually exist because they don't live in the post office box, which is what they're giving for the residence address. So,
Miss Lee, would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Gail Lee, complainant. As far as the first allegations, the people were not only have inactive status because they had returned mail, but they were many that were NCOA for many months. And so OCGA 21-235 specifies how inactives can vote. And all the ways that are set out are in person at the polls. And for our system to allow absentee or inactives to just request an absentee ballot after they filed an NCOA and gone somewhere else, it leaves big holes in the system. It's something that really needs to be reviewed, and that was the reason I did these challenges, for the policies to be reviewed and guidance to be given to the state election offices in the counties, because the challenges are being categorically denied just because they're challenges. And it used to be there was a variation of how each county was dealing with different situations, but now it seems to be everybody is being denied. And guidance is really needed. Okay. That's all I want to say at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
I have a question.
Dr. Johnson?
So that leads to a question for DeKalb County. Are NCOA notifications flagged in the Jarvis system?
Yes, it's my understanding that we are aware of the
yes.
NCOAs when the Secretary of
You flag
State.
the registrant, the voter,
Yes, they are flagged.
when they're, when NCOA that's permanent or out of state or to another county is
All of the above.
all of the above?
Yes.
Okay. And so then, Michael, were any of these NCOA flagged voters?
For allegation 1, I did not see that. Let's see.
Or maybe this is old ElectionNet, right?
Yeah, this is ENET, this is not Jarvis, yes.
So currently, NCOA gets flagged in Jarvis,
Yeah, this is ENET, I doubt it.
which should be an
The
improvement.
old system. Yeah, it doesn't say.
So going back to allegation 2, I think you have a motion as well. I have a motion. I want to refer her to the Attorney General's office. Ms. Reed?
Are there any further questions on allegation 2 from Ms. Deed? The chair will
Yeah, I make a motion that we refer this case to the Attorney General's office.
We have a motion to refer Ms. Deed to the Attorney General's office. Is there a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of referring Ms. Deed to the AG's office signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Okay, now we'll go to allegation number 4.
We need to vote to continue number 3.
Oh, okay.
The chair will entertain a motion on allegation 3.
I make a motion, we continue allegation 3.
We have a motion to continue allegation 3. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of continuing allegation number 3 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. 3-0. Now allegation number 4.
The complainant alleges that voters that have been reported by the National Change of Address System have registered to vote in another state should be removed from the electors list. The complainant has identified 10 DeKalb County voters who are identified through the NCOA as having moved to Florida and have registered with the Florida Division of Elections. She lists the voters' names: Edward Stewart Nelson, Zenobia Williams, Lucretia May Drake, Sandra Noreen, Ison Woodall, Rosemary Lerza, Terry Don Tanner, Hazel Merrill McIntyre, Lamont Lawrence I. West, Paul L. Freeman, Robert Wayne Blair. According to ENET, as of June 30th, 2022, 9 of the 10 voters have been moved to inactive or canceled status due to DeKalb County sending out confirmation notices from the NCOA notifications. Voter Lamont West is the only voter remaining with an active status in Georgia. Mrs. Keisha Smith advised that her office did not receive an NCOA notice regarding Mr. West. Mr. West was most likely not identified by the NCOA system because of the name difference on his Florida's driver's license. Mr. West is identified by his Georgia's driver's license as Lamont L. West and identified by his Florida driver's license as Lamont Lawrence I. West. Our investigator was able to reach Mr. West, who was unfamiliar that his voter registration in Georgia did not automatically cancel when he received his Florida's driver's license and opted in to register to vote in Florida. The investigator emailed him a link to the Georgia Secretary of State office voter registration cancellation, or she mailed him a cancellation form, and he indicated that he would resolve the issue. Mr. West has canceled his Georgia voter registration, and that was done 8/4/2024. Investigator Stevens spoke with the Florida Division of Elections, which confirmed that Mr. West had not voted in Florida since his voter registration was created on May 13th, 2021, and he last voted in Georgia December 2020 for the runoff. So that's it on that.
Could I, get more information of how many are inactive and how many are canceled, the 9 of the 10?
Yeah, 9 out of 10. And then the last one
Right.
is what I read off now. He's done too. So all of them, basically, everybody that was listed, that was identified, has been moved now to inactive. Or him, he's just totally off.
So inactive, as we just discussed, means that they're eligible voters. So if these registrants have an NCOA and they've registered in another state, then they're no longer eligible. So they should not be on the inactive list. Only eligible voters should be on the active list. Ms. Smith, do you have information?
Thank you. This is Brent Herron. I represent the DeKalb County Board of Registration and Elections. I think they would become ineligible if they were registered in another state. Filing an NCOA, especially if it's a temporary move, would not necessarily make them ineligible to vote in Georgia. But we take action to regularly maintain, the board takes action to regularly maintain the list in accordance with the National Voter Registration Act as well as Georgia law, to make sure we're doing what we need to do to make sure the list is clean as possible. That makes sense.
So National Voter Registration Act states in Section 8 that in order to maintain eligible voter list, there are certain provisions that must be met. But the key word is eligible. So if a person moves to another residence and registers to vote in another jurisdiction, they are no longer
That's
eligible.
correct.
They are
would be
ineligible.
That's correct. They would
Correct.
be ineligible.
Correct. Are
From
we
the-
saying the same thing?
Yeah, we're saying the same thing. I think we're saying the same thing. I think what I'm saying is I don't know, because I have what's in this report. I don't have all the facts to know whether or not these folks registered in another state, to know whether or not this was a permanent move. Based on what's written here, I don't have that information to be able to say, well, these people are eligible or ineligible.
Okay. Then we need to continue and get the information.
You want to continue it? Okay. You want to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we continue allegation number 4 in order to obtain more information of whether these registrants are eligible or ineligible to be on the registration list in DeKalb County, the 9 of the 10, with data to include the NCOA purported information, whether it was permanent or temporary, and whether indeed or not they have registered to vote in another state.
We have motion to continue allegation number 4.
Second.
With
Oh, sorry.
asking for the information that was detailed by Dr. Johnson. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of continuing allegation number 4, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The next case on the agenda is, this is the last DeKalb County case. SCB 2022-106 DeKalb County, and that is tab number 48. The complainant in this case is the Secretary of State's office, and the respondent is DeKalb County Registration and Elections. So,
Okay. This case was heard last year in February and again in May. So the questions were specific for like a systems analyst and DeKalb County. So I believe the Secretary of State had responded to all those written questions.
Yeah, the Secretary of State responded in writing, and the board's been provided a copy of all the response, a hard copy, and I forwarded a soft copy to the board on Monday. Secretary of State responded to me on Friday, May 9th, and so the board should have copies of their response letters in front of you. DeKalb County is a respondent in this case. Does DeKalb want to address the complaints made here?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Again, my name is Brent Herron. I represent DeKalb County Board of Voter.
I'm sorry, excuse me? Do what? Oh. Yeah, let's let the...
Perfectly
Sorry.
fine.
Give us a minute here. You want to present the case real quick?
Oh, you want me to do it again? Oh.
Yeah, 106.
Okay. This was 7 different issues, so I'm just going to condense them on the findings. The first one was there was insufficient evidence to suggest that DeKalb County failed to properly post notice of testing or successfully conduct the LNA testing prior to the May 24th, 2022 election. That was for the posting. Complaint 2 was the equipment failed to satisfy the LNA testing requirements in advance of a recount. There is sufficient evidence to suggest that DeKalb County failed to properly conduct and document LNA testing on the tabulation of scanners prior to conducting a recount of a commissioner race from the May 24th, 2022 election. Due to human error during the recount, LNA testing, the recount had to be conducted by manual hand count. And then it kind of led into 3. The hand count initiated without properly following the state's legal requirements, which included securing a court order. The SEB Rule 183-115-.03 subsection 2 stipulates that a recount shall be conducted by manual hand count only pursuant to a court order, and 2, if after testing all available ballot scanners, that there are no ballot scanners authorized to be used in the recount. Ms. Smith asserts that due to an error during the LNA testing that the impending certification deadline, they were left with no authorized ballot scanners that could be used in the recount. This inavailability of properly certified machines led them to proceed with the manual hand count pursuant to SAB Rule 183-115.032A1. After failing to comply with the SEB Rule 183-1-15.03 subsection 1C, involving the LNA testing prior to recounts. And then led back to complaint 2. Prior to this decision to proceed with the manual hand count, DeKalb Elections consulted with DeKalb County Legal Department and the Georgia Secretary of State General Counsel. There was no evidence that a court order had been obtained for the manual hand count. Therefore, the decision to proceed with the manual hand count recount was based on the inavailability of unauthorized ballot scanners, which was a result of human error during the LNA testing process. This appeared to be the best option after consulting with the SOS. Complaint 4, discrepancies between the vote totals from Election Day and the vote totals from the hand count, which included a significant overall increase in the total number of votes cast. Due to withdrawal of a candidate, votes were incorrectly sorted by the tabulator, resulting in votes being distributed incorrectly between the candidates. The inaccuracies were identified by DeKalb County during the LNA process, and there were several attempts by DeKalb Elections and the Secretary of State and CES to correct the problem. However, it was unable to be completely corrected. There is insufficient evidence that DeKalb Elections had any role in the technical issue caused by the withdrawn candidate. The race results were ultimately determined by conducting a manual hand count. The 5th complaint, votes only declined from one candidate's total count and seemingly went to another candidate without explanation. The explanation for this occurrence was addressed in the 4th complaint. The improper reporting of the hand count, Briar Vista Elementary and Johnson Estates are separate precincts but were reported together. The same happened with Cross Keys High School and Woodward. There is insufficient evidence to suggest that these precincts were reported together. A summary of votes cast report was obtained and showed that each precinct was reported individually. And the last one, the securing of votes by the withdrawn 4th candidate, though his name was apparently not on the ballot, posed a risk that multiple ballots for this race were published, distributed, and voted on with the withdrawn candidate's name appearing on some ballots and not others. There is insufficient evidence to suggest that DeKalb County negligently sent out or issued digital BMD ballots with the withdrawn candidate's name on it. The candidate withdrew from the race after printed ballots had already been ordered, printed, and distribution had already begun. Efforts were made to correct the programming problem prior to the election. However, the problem persisted as LNA testing continued. So the potential violations were for SEB Rule 183-1-15.03C, recount procedure. Do you want me to read the questions in the response or no? Oh,
I don't think so.
No.
I do think, because we have so many complaints, I wonder if we could combine the ones that we feel should be dismissed and then just kind of focus on the ones that we want to focus on.
Let's go through, see, 1, 4, 6, and 7 had insufficient evidence. Do you want to talk about those with insufficient
Let's
evidence, and then we can...
Probably just go down the line.
Okay, go down the line, okay. Complaint number 1, then, DeKalb County failed to properly test the Dominion voting system. Do you want to address that?
I think what I had prepared to say was just kind of a broader response. Again, my name is Brent Herron. I represent the DeKalb County Board of Registration and Elections. In tabulating election results, the board's #1 goal is to ensure accurate results of an election. DeKalb County agrees with the investigator's report that has been presented. We would show that we made the decision to do a hand recount of this particular election, of the ballots for this election, after consultation with the Secretary of State's General Counsel, as well as the DeKalb County Department of Law related to election issues. I wasn't involved in that matter, but certainly the law department was. Since the time of this election in 2022, DeKalb has put in place multiple safeguards to ensure that this type of error never happens again. There have been replacement of staff members that were involved in the errors that occurred. There has been more oversight regarding logic and accuracy testing of the machines. That includes that the Deputy Director of Elections has to approve of all logic and accuracy testing of the machine. So there's forms that have to be filled out. They have to go all the way up to the Deputy Director, multiple steps to ensure that the machines have properly been tested and that they have passed those tests. Since that time, we've had more training of staff members in the office. We have a new training we've hired a training coordinator that trains staff members within the office. We've identified training opportunities for staff so they understand exactly what they're supposed to be doing. Yearly, there's a week-long training for all staff members of the department, as well as working with counterparts in other counties to ensure best practices in how to run the department. We've redeveloped and strengthened our standard operating procedures since this time. There's a new deputy director that oversees this process. I will say, I think, Ms. King, I think you asked Ms. Smith a few moments ago when she took this job, and it was February 22nd of 2022, right before this election. I can say, as someone who's worked in Georgia elections since 2002 and have been a poll watcher in various places and understand how election offices work, I haven't met anyone like Ms. Smith who knows how to run an elections office. I think she's really good, and I think she's done a really good job of getting DeKalb County running properly. She was put in this job right before this election, and again, this was the third major election in Georgia where we were using this new system. So I just want to point that out. I think Ms. Smith, as well as her leadership team, sets high expectations for the staff and holds staff accountable for those expectations. Since this time, the Board of Commissioners has increased funding for staffing at the department, and in fact, the staff has increased for the Department of Registration and Elections by over 50% since the 2022 election. Again, ultimately, in this particular case, the county was looking for some fail-safes to make sure we had accurate election results. The issues identified by the investigator were the result of the withdrawal of a candidate from the election. He was the second candidate on the ballot of 4 candidates, and the advice that was received related to how to kind of fix that problem may have resulted in additional problems. But ultimately, DeKalb worked with CES to try to correct that issue, but those corrections, unfortunately, didn't fix the problem. On election night and the days following, it appeared that the results that were coming off the tabulating machines were not accurate, and the Board of Registration and Elections voted to conduct the recount. The county admits that it failed to properly document LNA testing for the recount in the race, and after it was discovered in consultation again with the Secretary of State's General Counsel as well as the DeKalb County Law Department, a decision by the board was made to do a hand recount to ensure accurate results of the election. Due to the amount of time to count the ballots, the board was unable to meet the certification deadline, which is the way this complaint is titled. But ultimately, the election was certified after conducting the hand count on June 3rd, 2022. You guys have already talked to Ms. Smith. She is here to answer any specific questions about the facts of the matter. I'm here to answer any questions about the legal issues to the extent that you have any. I appreciate your time, and I certainly appreciate your consideration for allowing us to go first this morning so I don't miss my afternoon commitment. Thank you.
I imagine the board may have a couple of questions they want to ask about this.
Couple of questions. Who first reported the irregularities or the unexpected outcome?
You should be all right.
Okay, so it's my recollection that the candidate reported it. Yeah, that's how I found out about it, through my board.
Okay. Ms. Smith, were the precinct tape vote totals correct?
The precinct,
The tabulation tapes that come off the scanners in the precincts, were those checked against
the initial.
what showed up on the EMS?
No, we found that they were not because of the misalignment
Okay.
that occurred.
It looked like, from reading the report, that there were several things that happened. Mr. Broussard dropped out the day or the day after the test deck was, or the ballot build was started, correct?
So, yes, April 12th is the date that he
April
withdrew.
12th. And then there was an issue with a question on the ballot from one of the parties.
That's correct.
Correct. And then there was a districting issue, that was, a precinct was let off. So you had three things. What would you do differently now, today, if you were conducting this election, knowing what happened in 2022?
Quit. No, I'm joking. It really was a perfect storm. And I would say that just ask more questions of everyone involved. You know, I tend to ask questions anyway, but I didn't know what I didn't know. So I do know a little more now about the process, and I just would have asked, you know, more questions of our partners and staff.
Okay. Were the, so logic and accuracy testing was started, and Mr. Broussard dropped out. There was the issue with the ballot build. So basically, the ballot build is programming, and so it'd be the equivalent to printing a paper ballot. So just imagine if you were using paper ballots, they would have been ordered and printed, and Mr. Broussard would have dropped out. So what would you do? What's the proper thing to do in that circumstance?
Again, we would rely on the guidance of the ballot builder, CES, in this case.
Right.
Yeah.
So the Dominion system says it's very difficult. Once you've done the ballot build, you either have to go all the way back to beginning and start all over with ballot build, or the patchwork or reprogramming that apparently occurred was the first domino to fall, which ended up compounding another patch, another attempt to to solve the problem, is what this appears to be. And then CES inadvertently gave you the advice that you could use the disable feature in Dominion that would just not count votes for a candidate, correct?
That's correct.
Correct. And so the BMDs were not completely reprogrammed. Logic and accuracy testing was not done on every single machine, correct?
Logic and accuracy testing was done on every machine.
On every machine?
Yes, we tested every machine, but there were different projects. There was a second project that was introduced in a 2-hour election
Right.
due to redistricting, and so that occurred after the start of advanced voting. And so there were additional scanners that had to go out to certain locations, that were tested. But
Right.
so throughout the process, yes, all of the machines were tested. But there were a lot of different nuances taking place simultaneously.
But the report suggests that there were still errors seen when the machines were tested. Mr. Broussard was showing up on some of the machines,
That's correct.
on some of the ballots.
And we notified CES of that during
Correct.
logic and accuracy testing.
And so more steps were taken to try to correct that. And the disable feature was used. And so some votes were counted for a candidate and not for another, or, position on the ballot had that compounding error effect. And then when it came down to the final vote totals, a certain vote number came out on election day that was very different than I see 3 dates here. I pulled all these off of the DeKalb County. Thank you. You do great with reports. But there were 3 dates. One was reported on May 24th, which is election day. There was another count on June 1st. I'm not sure what occurred on June 1st. And then there was a recount on June 3rd.
Yes. Okay, so June 24th, of course, was the inaccurate machine count. So that was the night of the election when the votes were misaligning. And June 1st would have been the unofficial hand count. So the first hand count that was recorded. And June 3rd is actually when the certification took place. So that's the official. Those are the official and final.
The final count.
Counts.
So was the final count, the final and official count, the hand count?
Yes,
Okay.
it was.
Because the June 1st numbers don't match the June
Yeah.
3rd numbers.
Yes, that was the first hand count. That was our first attempt at.
So you did a second hand count?
It was continued, yes. So that the final numbers were what, after we also implemented additional steps to ensure, so we had a spreadsheet that we were entering the batches that were reported as being counted, so other fail-safes that were in place before presenting it to the board for certification.
Okay. Just the numbers vary significantly, but so that June 1st count, there's a variation of about 500 votes, and then the June 3rd count, there's one candidate, Ms. Spears, she bumps up 37, almost 3,800 votes, and Mr. Orson drops down about 1,100 votes, and Alexander gains 500 votes. And Mr. Broussard doesn't show on, well, he shows a few votes still. And then there's a large category of no vote, and it's 2,779 no votes. Can you explain to me what no votes are?
Yes, and I believe, I want to just address your numbers that you mentioned. You may be capturing the election day only counting group and some of those, and so on page 5 of the report that is posted on our DeKalb County website, that machine count on May 24th was election day only, so it doesn't capture absentee by mail, or absentee in person. And as far as no votes, so of course you have a large ballot, and so an elector may come in and vote for 2 of the contests and not all of the contests. So a no vote means that they didn't select, answer or a candidate for that particular contest.
Do you have detail about what no votes were? Like, no vote is somebody that just didn't vote at all, or is a ballot with actually a blank ballot versus a no vote is a double vote? Does that show up as a no vote?
We have a ballot review committee that determines if there's a double vote, the intent, determines the intent of that individual voter. So a no vote, in my understanding, is that there's no vote at all.
Okay, or the scanner cannot read an absentee ballot?
Yes.
Does that show up as a no vote?
Which would then be adjudicated, which would then be,
Okay, so all 2,677 no votes were reviewed? Is that correct?
Yes, they were reviewed.
Okay. So this is from DeKalb County. I see Election Day, and the totals for Election Day for the 3 candidates were 12,639, and for the June 1st count, which was 10 days or a week later, the total count is 15,000, so 12,000 to 15,000. And then there's a large number of no votes. And then the final count comes out to 18,647. So those are pretty large numbers. Is there an explanation for why the total count is so much greater than the election day count?
Yes, the trend for Georgia, and including DeKalb, is that there is an increase in absentee in-person voting. And so you would not capture those that went in-person early voting on Election Day.
I have the categories for Election Day, advance, in-person, absentee, and provisional. So that's what I'm looking at, are the totals for all categories.
Could you repeat the question then?
I have all categories of votes, and there's a significant difference between Election Day of 12,000 to a recount of 15,000 to a final count of 18,000.
Are you looking at the report? Which page are you?
It doesn't have a page number on it.
Could we see that, what you're looking
Sure.
at? Yeah.
Okay. So, Board Member Johnston, what you have is from the first project. So there were 2 databases, 1 and 2. So if you add those 2 on the report together, you'll get the total.
Okay. So, question about disabling feature. Who just uses the who puts that in on the Dominion machines? Who triggers a disable feature so that votes are not counted for a candidate?
I believe that we, in collaboration with CES, disable them on our end.
Okay. Is that, so does the Secretary of State, are they informed that a disable feature's been triggered, or is somebody notified?
Yes, and we wouldn't do it without guidance from the Secretary of State's office in the CES area. But yes.
But probably the administrator of your Dominion voting system knows how to do that? It's part of the
That's correct.
Project setup?
Yes.
Okay. Is it required that you notify the Secretary of State when a disabled feature is used?
It's our practice to receive that information from them before disabling. We would not do that on our own.
Okay. In the code, 21.2.322, it states that the qualifications of voting equipment includes, in number 16 in particular, that the voting system or machine shall count each and every vote of each candidate. Using the disabling feature is counter to that. Code. So
What was that subsection again?
it's
322.
322, 16. 21.2, 322, 16. So my question is, it's a rhetorical question, and I wonder how we have a voting system that can be set to not count each and every vote for a candidate.
I mean, if I could respond to that briefly, I believe that the disabling feature wasn't on the counting machine, right? It was in the reporting system when the results were uploaded. And that is where that's where we would disable the count of the vote. You asked earlier kind of what would be done differently. I think the best practice when someone withdraws is to post a notice at each voting place that says, if you vote for this candidate, the votes are not going to count, right? Not try to take that candidate's name off the ballot. I think that would be the best practice, especially in this particular case where absentee ballots had already been printed. So Mr. Broussard's name was already going to be on the absentee ballot. So there are going to be people who are voting for Mr. Broussard on a paper ballot, and when that's put through the machine to count, it's going to count that ballot, and that's going to be zeroed out because he's not in the race anymore. But the best practice would be not to mess with what's on those touch screens and leave it alone and just post the notice. And I think that, if I'm not mistaken, that may have been done in the presidential race this last time when some people got disqualified, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that is what happened in this past election.
Right, correct. I really wanted to make a point about the disabling feature, which I find very concerning, to have a feature of a voting system that cannot count votes, because when you upload those memory cards, you're counting the votes.
Yeah, and I will say, DeKalb County would not do that on its own. That was a recommendation given to the county by the Secretary of State. It wasn't something we came up with. It was something that we were told to do to try to fix that problem.
Correct. And you're exactly right. The code says if the ballots have been printed, if you have time to reprint the ballots correctly, then you certainly are authorized to do that. The supervisor of elections is authorized to do that. However, if that there's not time, which is actually ballot build, once you've gotten your ballot build done, and Secretary of State did not want to go back and redo the whole ballot build, and I know y'all didn't either, because there's a lot of back and forth that goes on there. Then the proper thing to do is to simply post a prominent sign at every voting location, at every voting booth, that if you vote for this person, it will not count. And that's the proper notice for a situation like this. And you're correct. All right, so I'm ready to move along.
Do you have any further questions of anybody in the audience?
There was a request by Mr. Favorito to address this situation. If there's something to present that hasn't been presented before or discussed before.
I just have one question. I'm looking at the DeKalb election materials from the documents this race, which I've submitted to you, and I just wasn't clear on page 12. It shows that the original count had 14,063 total votes cast for the candidates, and on the recount actually found that there were 15,868 votes actually counted. So I don't think we've ever really quite understood from the Secretary of State's office why the 1,805 votes were never counted. And I think that has to do, we would just like to get an answer to that question as a result of everything that we have submitted previously. I think that's the only unanswered question that's left. I'm not sure if we can answer that today. But the concern is that might be related to the QR code signature rejection mismatch error that has been prevalent in Georgia. So thank you for asking.
No further questions?
No further questions. Let's deal with these
Complaint.
complaints one by one then. Complaint number one, failed to find sufficient evidence. Chair would entertain a motion on complaint number one.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to that there is a violation of 21-374 proper testing and Rule 183-112.08 logic and accuracy testing. To send a letter of instruction to DeKalb County.
The motion is to send an LOI to DeKalb County related to complaint number one. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to send LOI to DeKalb County complaint number one. Any discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, the motion carries 3-0. Complaint number two deals with failing to satisfy logic and accuracy testing requirements in advance of a recount. We found sufficient evidence to suggest DeKalb County failed to properly conduct and document LNA testing on the tabulation scanners. The chair would entertain a motion on that.
So no questions? I'll send a motion.
Any questions or comments? If not, the chair would entertain a motion on complaint number two.
Mr. Chair, the equipment did fail to satisfy logic and accuracy testing, and DeKalb County acted in accordance with that procedure. I'd recommend that we dismiss complaint number two.
We have a motion to dismiss complaint number 2. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of dismissing complaint number 2 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Complaint number 3 deals with a hand recount being initiated without properly notifying or following the state's legal requirements, which included securing a court order. Any discussion on complaint number 3? Any questions?
The issue with complaint number 3 is that the equipment did fail the logic and accuracy testing before a recount. The 100 ballots, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but they were tested and found to not be adequately producing the right results. And according to the code, that is an appropriate step to take, is to proceed with a hand count because the machines are not counting correctly. So I would recommend a dismissal of complaint number 3.
We have a motion to dismiss complaint number 3. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing complaint number 3 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Complaint number 4 deals with discrepancies between vote totals from election day and the vote totals from the hand count, which included a overall increase in total number of votes cast. There's insufficient evidence found by the investigators that DeKalb elections had any role in technical issue caused by the withdrawn candidate. Any questions or discussion from the board on complaint number 4?
My issue with complaint number 4 is the complaint number 4 results from a cascading effect of an initial problem that was for whatever reason not corrected, and even though the problem persisted, continued efforts to correct the problem only compounded the discrepancies in the outcome. So I would recommend a letter of reprimand for complaint number 4.
Yeah, I certainly support that, given that's kind of the genesis of the whole issue to begin with. So we have a recommendation to issue a letter of reprimand on complaint number 4. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand on complaint number 4, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. A letter of reprimand will be issued on complaint number 4. Complaint number 5, votes only declined from one candidate's total vote and seemingly went to another without explanation. This was, complaint 5 was related to complaint number 4. Which had to deal with the initial problem. Does the board wish to take any action on complaint number 5?
Similarly, a letter of reprimand is so much a part of complaint number 4 that I would recommend a letter of reprimand.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand on complaint number 5. Is there a second? There's a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand on complaint number 5 signify by saying yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any dissension? Hearing no dissension, so moved. A letter of reprimand will be issued on complaint number 5. Complaint number 6 deals with the improper reporting of the hand count. Briar Vista Elementary and Johnson Estates were separate precincts that were reported together. Same happened with Cross Keys and Woodward. There's insufficient evidence to suggest these were reported together. Summary votes cast reported that each precinct was reported individually. There's insufficient evidence on this one found by the investigators. Is there a comments or questions from the board on this complaint, number 6? The chair would entertain a motion on that.
Mr. Chair, I move to dismiss number 6.
We have a motion to dismiss complaint number 6. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing complaint number 6 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so move 3-0. Complaint number 7 deals with securing the votes of, by a withdrawn 4th candidate. There was insufficient evidence to suggest that DeKalb County negligently sent out or issued digital BMD ballots with the withdrawn candidate's name of it. The candidate withdrew from the race after printed ballots had already been ordered, printed, and distributed. It had already begun. Is there any questions or discussion concerning complaint number 7? Board to entertain a motion on number 7.
Mr. Chair, I move we refer complaint number 7 to the Attorney General.
What is your reasoning behind that?
The number of missteps that occurred that resulted in complaint number 7 are significant, and if it weren't for the reporting by the candidate herself that the vote outcomes were not correct, I hope somebody else would have noticed. But it was a significant problem that resulted in significant delay in tabulating and counting the votes and certification of the election. I think the office did the correct thing by moving to the hand count, and I guess if there's ever a reason to delay certification, this is one of those. But the multiple errors that occurred in this contest in this election, I think, are sufficient to refer to the Attorney General.
I'm a little confused. This complaint deals with a name being on the ballot after he withdrew from the race. The ballots were already printed and sent, and then he withdrew, so I'm trying to connect that to
Correct. It's the mistake, the correction mistakes that resulted in incorrect vote counting and election results.
So you're saying because this issue is connected to all the other issues, or the other issues, I'm sorry, are connected to this one, so it caused, you're saying DeKalb County mistakes caused this to be a problem, and that's why we're sending it to the Attorney General?
Yes, I mean, it's the totality of the case, is that there were errors in districting, there was errors in ballot proofing, there were errors in correcting a ballot before voting, when actually voting had already started. It was maybe some advice that, to correct the problem, it would have been very easy to have just posted notices at all the polling sites. But the effort, and maybe it was lack of experience or some reason to account for this, but it resulted in a lot of angst for a particular candidate, or actually a number of candidates that were running for office. And I think the totality of the issues here suggests that that this should be considered by the Attorney General. And
Ms. Smith?
Yeah, My only thing is that this particular complaint, to me, deals with this candidate's name being on the ballot and he withdrew afterwards, and so improper ballots were sent out. Had already been sent out where he had withdrawn from the contest, and they didn't properly notify voters, I guess, in the precincts that, and I agree with you on the totality of everything else. I'm not sure the totality ends up in this one complaint, though. I'm not making that connection how the rest
Yeah,
of it.
that's a bit my concern, is that if
Yeah.
we send this one complaint, that the Attorney General is going to dismiss it and just kind of move on because it's clearly, you know, an issue. I wonder if there was a better way to handle that. I just don't know if this one complaint is going to trigger their thought to look at the totality of the issues. Maybe we can send a letter or something to them explaining that we think that, you know, this should be looked into. But I also am considering the fact that Ms. Smith she was very, very new at that time, and I wonder how far back she would be able to go as far as looking into this as well. But my specific concern is that one complaint will not trigger the thought or the process to look into the whole issue.
Ms. Smith, you have some comments you want to make?
Yes, thank you. I just want to just state that although the candidate brought it to our attention first, you know, right after the polls closed, we would have caught this during our very rigorous internal auditing process, which takes place after each election. And so that is a process of reconciling our records with the voters, the ballots cast, and the election results. So we have that very short time period in between the election and certification that we work around the clock to reconcile. And so I am sure that we would have caught the error.
Dr. Jan, would you be open to sending a letter of reprimand that outlines all of these issues and asking that they provide us an update that they've been rectified, their process has been?
I'll consider that.
So I'll make a motion that.
She made a motion.
That's right. Sorry.
Do you want to withdraw your motion?
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay.
And I make a motion that we send a letter of reprimand that just outlines the totality of the issue and what we believe will help rectify the issue. And then if you could just report back to us that these issues have been secured.
Yeah, and, Alexander, when you write that letter of reprimand, let's send that to the entire board for the entire board to review before it gets sent out. We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand that outlines the totality of the issues involved with this, all these complaints. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of sending that letter of reprimand, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. That completes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
To finalize this, I would request a letter be sent to the Secretary of State expressing my concern or hopefully our concern in question about the Dominion voting system that has a feature that can disable votes given to a particular candidate or actually a contest. That seems to be in conflict with Georgia statute that says any voting system should count each and every vote of each candidate.
Yeah, Dr. Johnson, if you would write that letter and give it to the board for review, I'd be happy to. You're the one that has the most knowledge of that, so I'd be happy to help you with that or assist with it if you'd just do that. So.
Thank you again for accommodating me for this afternoon. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have no other cases. May we be excused?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
We had enough of you.
Fair enough.
Mr. Gaspar, we're going to hear your case next, but we're going to take a short comfort break unless you want me to run out of the room screaming in the middle of it. So We're going to hear, let me just, give me,
Oh, that's fine.
I got to have a
You need to
minute.
come for break. Okay.
This board, Chair will entertain a motion for a 5-minute break.
So moved.
Get a second?
Second.
The vote's unanimous. We have a
All right.
5 minutes, please. Just a real quick break.
No, I did not know that.
First case we're going to hear is SCB 2018-104, Habersham County eligibility of voters, which is a case that was continued. Alexander, are they online? Okay. And that is tab number 36. Uh, 2018-104. Hang on a second. Okay.
This case was heard I'm not sure exactly when, I have it written in here, but it was a couple years ago, and the board had wanted, the county wasn't listed as a respondent, and the people were. And so they were cited, they were sanctioned, and they wanted to add, it was continued because they wanted to have the counties added. So they were, and it was re-presented, I think, October of '24. And then the board heard from the complainant and wished to review some investigative reports and findings. That was an independent investigation into the matter. So I don't think there was any more questions. On our report, it was the complainant that had gotten up. But we had violations for Habersham County Board of Registrars for the two allegations, 21-2, 218. C, for the two different people, Laurel Ellison and, oh no, that was the two. Yeah, we already took the people out of that original report, so it's just for those two cases, the two people.
So the first three allegations, 1, 2, and 3, all three of those individuals were convicted, correct?
Convicted? I don't know.
Well, they were found guilty. How about that?
Yeah, they were.
Found guilty of voted illegally.
They had
That's conviction to
something.
me.
So for allegation 2 and 3, they wanted, the previous board wanted the county cited for those two.
Right. So we don't need to deal with those individuals. This was all about
It's just the county.
the county, yeah. You want to read those allegations out against the county?
The two allegations were, the one voter was found by the Superior Court to have voted illegally due to her having moved to a residence outside of House District 28. While voting in the May 22, 2018 general primary, she had presented to Habersham poll workers her driver's license displaying her new address and had written her new address upon the voter certificate. She repeated the same action during the general election of November 6, 2018, and during the special primary of December 4th, 2018. Ms. Franklin had believed she had fulfilled her obligation of informing elections personnel of her change of address. And then the third one, Patricia Bauer was found by the Superior Court to have voted illegally due to her having moved to a residence outside of House District 28. While voting in the May 22nd, 2018 general primary, she had presented to Habersham poll workers her driver's license displaying that new address and had written her new address upon the voter certificate. She believed she had fulfilled her obligation of informing elections personnel of her change of address. So those were both the two, and then the previous board had wanted the county cited as well for allowing that. So the violations were for 21-2-218 for the two people, for the same situation times two, but it was they failed to correct the voter registration address for Constance Franklin and Patricia Bauer.
So, Mr. Gasway, you're the complainant in this. Do you want to speak before or after the respondent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that it'd be appropriate to speak now and sort of reconfirm my assertion. There's never been an appropriate investigation done of this case. There are 80 violations in this case, 80. We have violations by multiple counties in this case. There's never been a proper investigation done by anybody except my team. And I don't feel like it's fair to, and I know this is an old case, but I want to reassert the fact, and I'll speak today about some specifics, because we've got some federal violations as part of this case now because there was never an investigation done. Now we have federal electors being assigned to the wrong congressional district. It wasn't a congressional boundary when this was going on, but now it is a congressional boundary because of the 2023 redistricting. And because of neglect, and I'm not trying to be critical, but if my team can find 80 violations and they only find 4, something's wrong. And now that it's morphed into a federal violation, we have at least 100 electors associated with this case that are now voting in the wrong United States congressional district. So, I mean, I'm hearing what they're saying. She's not said anything that's not wrong. I think if she explained Ms. Bauer's voting history more clearly to the board, an agreement to sanction Habersham County would be unanimous. So they've not been clear in how they're explaining the specific voter history of Mrs. Bauer, also how Mrs. Bauer was involved in the first case. The reason we're here on this case, one of the primary reasons we are here on this case, is Ms. Bauer was identified in my first court case. This is connected to my second court case. Ms. Bauer was ordered not to vote in the first court case, and Habersham County let her vote again illegally with me and the chairman of the Habersham County Republican Party saying, you can't do this, and Ms. Ellison counted her vote again. That should have been told to this board. If they had done an appropriate investigation, you would have heard that information, and I believe it would inform your position on whether to cite or possibly sanction Habersham County. They changed the outcome of an election. This needs to be given more attention than what you're getting from the Secretary of State. But this has become a bigger case now because of their neglect. We have federal violations, which that's really what I'm here to talk to you about today, is we have a lot of electors that are now voting in the wrong United States congressional district, which is a federal crime. So that's what I want to share with y'all more than this, but I want to make sure y'all understand you are being, I don't know if you call it a sin of omission, they are not telling you the whole story for whatever reason. I shared maybe too bluntly last time what I believe happened, but all I know for sure is there are undoubtedly 80 violations of the Georgia election law in this case, and I can prove it every day the sun comes up in the state of Georgia. So I will take your direction. What I'm really here today to talk to you about is a bigger problem that is now existing because they didn't handle this case properly in the Secretary of State's office.
Which is the federal lawsuit you're talking about?
Well, which is, I hope we can find a way to resolve this, because statewide we have 20 to 30,000 federal electors voting in the wrong United States congressional district. I'm here today to show you some of them as compared to this case, as it relates to this case. But that is something we've got to take seriously. That is a federal crime. And if we could find a federal judge that could order the Secretary of State to force the counties to follow the law of Georgia, I don't know what the remedy is. A federal lawsuit obviously is the worst case scenario. I have to spend another $100,000 to get a federal judge to order Brad Raffensperger's office to follow state and federal law. Think how far down we're following when that has to happen. But I'm here today because this case is up. If this case had been handled properly by appropriate investigators, we wouldn't probably be here, because this issue this serious federal issue would have been brought to the surface much sooner. And if I'm talking in circles, I'm sorry. And I'll answer any questions. I will. Again, I know my friend, the Democrat Party appointee to the State Election Board, was interested in citing Habersham County in this case. If you look at what happened with Ms. Bauer in this case, because she's on both cases. Ms. Bauer's on the previous lawsuit that led to this lawsuit. They let her vote twice or 3 times illegally, and her voter registration moved, her voter certificate changed back and forth. There's all kinds of stuff so much worse than anything I've heard in the last 2 days down here with y'all that's going on in this case, and you're not hearing it. For some reason, you're not hearing the details of this case. And I've always asserted it's because there's been no investigation.
Well, I can tell you, we can only deal with what's before us today, which is these 2 allegations that we'll deal with today. I think I made the same comment to you last time at the last meeting when you delivered all the evidence. I'm willing to sit down with you and go through everything you have. If you want to have a meeting with me, I'm willing to do that.
Okay, well, I have sent it, I've sent sort of the gist of it. Now, what I want to share with you this, okay, so there was 3 voters in this case that she's
Well,
talking.
I don't disagree with you, but instead of hashing that, I would rather you and I sit down and you go through it with me line by line where I can understand it
Yeah,
and see all that, and then we can decide whether or not this board needs to, if this board has any jurisdiction on any of that.
let me give you one nugget,
Okay.
and I'll stop. So there are 3 voters that should have been part of this case that are Banks County voters, that are not part of this case, that the Banks County Board of Commissioners last night passed a map saying those 3 voters don't live in the county, and one of them is the sheriff of Banks County.
Now, I'm familiar with that.
Okay, they passed a resolution last night that he doesn't live in the county. So not only did they defraud the court, in this case we're talking about here, the county government defrauded the court, perjured themselves. That boundary line is now a federal boundary. So those 3 voters should be assigned to Congressional District 10, yet they're still saying they can vote in Congressional District 9. It's a big problem. It's a statewide problem. It would have been fixed if this case had been handled properly. So I will work with anybody, your investigators, and offered that in October. Now, I did not know at the time that the Banks County government and the Franklin County government have worked with and I hope my Secretary of State friends will listen to this. The Banks County government, the Franklin County government, and the Georgia Mountain Regional Commission have now worked to defraud the United States Census Bureau in order to falsify a federal election boundary. And I have all the FOIA information I got late Monday that shows the paper trail of all this. So now we've got 2 counties in the state of Georgia working to fabricate a federal election boundary, which is a federal crime. That's all part of this case. That needs to be, I work with anybody. The Attorney General's office, Blair McGowan in the Attorney General's office knows everything about this. Me and 2 of my expensive lawyers met with her 2 years ago, and they've done nothing. 0. Brad Ravensburger's office has known about this for 6 years. So I don't see any hope except a federal judge at this point. But I can prove to you all this. Banks County is now confessing to the crime. I don't know if Franklin County is going to confess to the crime or not, but we have a law in this state, and it's not being followed at all by any of these counties. I could give you all kind of sites. It doesn't matter because, and this is the last thing I'll say. I promise you this is the last thing I'm going to say. So we just had a case in DeKalb County where the legislature drew statutory county commission districts. Are y'all familiar with that case? And it was challenged to basically, it appears to me, push out a specific county commissioner in Cobb County. The courts ruled correctly. The legislature, statutory districts, statutory boundaries are the law. Okay? We all should agree that's the law. In this case, the statutory boundaries aren't being respected at all. So for every one of y'all are Republican appointed people, it's not that long ago we came out from under federal preclearance. 2013, Shelby versus Holder, y'all know all about this. This case right here, because it has been handled so poorly by the Secretary of State's office, if anybody really stopped to understand this, this is a case that demands we go back under preclearance because it's been handled so poorly. We're basically loading illegal all-white voters into Congressional District 9. Somebody has got to pay attention to that. And they know it. If Mark Elias is down there at 11th Circuit arguing the case I was involved in right now, if he really understood what's going on here, the state of Georgia has a serious problem, and it needs to get fixed. This has cost me a lot of money. I don't want to spend a lot more money, but as I said, we'll do whatever we got to do, but I would like to work with anybody that is serious about fixing these, because this is not make-believe. We now have a county confessing to all kinds of criminal activity, but this is a serious civil rights violation we've got here.
Well, I'll make the same offer. I mean, in actually 3 weeks, I'm going to have a lot more time on my hand. Well, I'm willing to sit down with you and go through all of this. I mean, I've read all the documents you've sent, and I'll bring one of our investigators, you know, and we'll take a look at it and see what the case is. Today we have to deal with what's in front of us right here.
I understand, and I want to tell you,
Yep.
because you've been misled by the Secretary of State's office without them illustrating the true depth of what happened with Patricia Bauer's vote, it may influence your decision on whether to sanction or not sanction the county, because if you really understood what went on there.
Well, there can be further investigation and further complaints made based on our conversation. So this may not be the end of it. It may be the end of this particular case, but it may not end what occurred, so.
But the last thing I'll say is, because of all the stress and financial loss and losing my state house seat because of rigging elections, my therapist has ordered me to spend all my summers on the North Shore of Hawaii. So I will be leaving on the 13th of June. So if you're going to get with me, it'll have to be before then.
I was born in Hawaii. I'm happy to meet you out there again, I guess.
We can get poke from the food land at Pupukia and sit out on the beach and
I would
hash
like
all
to be
this
part of
out.
that meeting.
I was born in Honolulu, so I'll be glad to go back home. So.
No, but all seriousness, I would like to be a part of that meeting.
In Hawaii?
No, with you. Well, of course in Hawaii, but no,
Okay.
with your meeting. I would like to be a part of that.
Thank you, Mr. Gasaway. Did she present?
Is Habersham County here, the Board of Elections?
They're online.
They're on the phone, okay.
Yep. Ms. Ellison?
Yes.
Would you
Good afternoon.
like to respond to the allegations today?
Good afternoon. This is Ralph Taylor. I am with Hunts and Taylor, an attorney that represents the Habersham County, and today we're representing the Board of Registrars.
Let's see if we can put him a little bit closer to the mic, and if he would reintroduce himself so that the court reporter can hear him.
Are you able to hear me?
Put it a little closer to the mic.
Can you just pull the mic down so it'll be closer
Yeah.
to the phone? Or?
Okay, could you reintroduce yourself for the benefit of the court reporter, please?
Yes, thank you. This is Ralph Taylor. I'm an attorney with Hunts and Taylor Law Group in Gainesville, Georgia, and we represent Habersham County. And today, particularly, we are representing the Habersham County Board of Registrars and Ms. Ellison here today. I'd like to thank the board for accommodating this telephone appearance. It's not the best situation, but Ms. Ellison has caregiving responsibilities for her elderly mother, and we appreciate the board's accommodation. I would like to start by just procedurally stating that under your regulations, I don't believe the complainant has the floor as we have just heard. Unfortunately, I couldn't hear much of what was said, but the issue before this board today is whether there's evidence of a violation of 21-2-218C. That's the only issue before this board, and we contend that there is no evidence showing any violation of this statutory provision. What are the duties of the board according to 21-2-218C? The duty says the Board of Registrars shall then correct the elector's record to reflect the change of address and place the elector in the proper precinct and voting district. That is after the elector has provided the change of address form. The change of address form is required to be provided in subsection D. So what are the duties here? The duties are when we receive the change of address form, then the board changes the address in their system. Now, in the case before you, in May, these two electors came and noted their change of address on the voter certificate, and they were provided the change of address forms on that date. That is what the poll workers are instructed to do. But the duty of returning the change of address form is on the elector. The voter certificates, and I'll remind the board, this election took place in 2018 into electronic voting. Voter certificates were not the proper methodology to trigger a change of address in their system. Mrs. Ellison has provided a written summary to you, and I hope the board has copies of it. Her statement for the May 23rd, 2025 SEB meeting, where Ms. Ellison points out the methodologies for changing addresses through completing the change of address form, or by updating the driver's license with new information, or by updating their information online through the online voter registration, or by completing the absentee ballot mail-in application. That was how an elector properly submits a change of address to the county. Now, the county did in fact receive those change of address forms, but not until December, and at that point they did change their addresses. They fulfilled their statutory duty, because when they received the change of address forms from the elector, they changed it within their system. Mrs. Ellison also has submitted a survey that she conducted of other counties with regard to the voter certificates, because you need to understand that prior to electronic voting, the voter certificates were used by elections offices to register the votes of the elector. However, with the transition to the electronic voting, that data was transmitted electronically to the Secretary of State's office. And so the Secretary of State's office directed the election superintendents that they no longer needed to rely on the voter certificate forms in order to change addresses on their system. Ms. Ellison's survey of other counties showed that there are numerous other counties like Habersham that did not rely on the voter certificate forms for the change of address. And so we don't believe there's any evidence of a violation of the statute, and that is the only issue that this board is dealing with here today. Now, I'm in the room with Ms. Ellison, and I will turn the floor to her to answer any questions or to add any information that may be important to this issue. Again, I appreciate the board's accommodation to us. Ms. Ellison?
Yes, I would just like to say, in my statement, it does show, or I did state that in 2012, it was the year, at the end of the year, and before 2013, we were transitioning into ENAC from the GO system. So we had training letting us know that there would be different procedures, and that we would be sending the memory cards from the express polls to the state after the election for them to give credit for voting instead of us going through the voter certificates to do that. And because when we did do that, if we noticed the change of address for a voter on the voter certificate, we would make those changes, or if they had a name change at that time. But once this changed, they told us that we would no longer have to go through the voter certificates, and that we'd be responsible for providing change of address forms at the precincts on election day. And we instructed our poll workers to hand those out anytime that a voter notated an address change or a name change. And they would either leave it there or take it with them, because they gave them a mail-in form that had postage paid on it if they said they didn't have time to fill those out at the poll. So that was their instructions to get our change of addresses on election day. And then, and we did again receive Constant Franklin's on December 19th through a mail-in voter registration application, and or it was changed, sorry, I apologize. It was placed on December 19th in 2018. We actually received her address application, or her address change of address, on November the 7th, 2018. And that was after the deadline date of voter registration, which would have been October the 9th. And then for Patricia Bauer, she was placed correctly in HD 10, or House District 10, on December 27th, due to receiving her DDS application of her address change on December the 13th. So poll workers now being made aware of an address change via voter certificate on election day is not the proper procedure to trigger an update to voter's record after 2012 and during the 2018 election.
Have you made any additions or changes to that now?
Yes, and now that we have the poll pass, when the voter comes to sign in, they give us their driver's license. The voter is instructed to initial below their address if it's correct. If it's not correct, they put COA, meaning that they are filling out a change of address form while they're there, and they leave it with the poll worker before they go and vote.
Yeah, I guess my only question here is, I mean, the code says, in the event that an elector moves to a residence within the county or municipality and has a different address from the address contained on the person's registration card, it shall be the duty of the elector to notify the Board of Registers of such fact by the 5th Monday prior to the primary election in which the elector wishes to vote by submitting the change of address in writing. The Board of Registers shall then correct the elector's record to reflect the change of address and place the elector in the proper precinct of voting districts. So the question, I guess, what constitutes notifying them in writing? Because the lady did present her ID card and then had written her new address upon the voter certificate when she tried to vote. So does that constitute notifying the county in writing of the change of address?
Not since the change after 2012. I think it was probably implemented in 2014 after ENET was implemented in 2013. In 2014, we'd had the governor's race, so we no longer went through those voter certificates, so we would not have seen the change of address on the voter certificates. The poll workers gave the voters change of addresses to fill out to either leave with them or to turn back into our office, and we never received those until November and December.
So the fact that she shows you her...
have seen those. The only reason we saw these voter certificates was from the lawsuit after the December the 4th special House District 28 redo election. So that was the only time those were pulled because the first lawsuit was only about the districting issues.
So the fact that she presents an ID with a different address and then fills out the voter certificate with her new address is not enough for you to indicate that there's an issue here, that her address has changed?
I mean, it was indicated to the poll worker that was there, but the poll worker turns those forms into us after election night is over with. When we get those forms, we change the addresses after the state has certified the election, and they've given us the go-ahead to start making changes, address changes and name changes, and any new voter registrations.
Right, but she filled those out in May and then was able to vote at her old address in November.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I don't think we heard that.
She filled out that form in May. She showed the ID and filled out the voter certificate in May with her new address, but was able to vote at her old address in November still because it hadn't been changed in your system. That's correct, right?
But we did not get a change of address form from Ms. Bowers.
I understand that. I understand you didn't get a change of address form, but you had notification in May of her submitting her driver's license and filling out the voter certificate that she had a new address.
Right. So,
The point is, the voter certificates were not the methodology used to prompt a change of address.
I get that, but it doesn't say that in the statute. It says they have to notify in writing. And so the question I have is changing putting your new address in writing on the voter certificate, is that notification of the county in writing?
Well, but you have to look at the two statutes together. In item D, you have this language that says that the duty of the elections office is to make forms available for the change of address.
It doesn't stipulate what that form is. Am I, does
No,
anybody
I'm
else
with
have a
you.
different opinion?
No, I'm with you 1,000%. It's very concerning. I mean, I think what's concerning is that you have several people who were able to vote illegally several times. And the argument is that they didn't do something correctly. I mean, what is the responsibility, or when does the responsibility fall on the county to ensure that their constituents are educated on what they need to do in these circumstances? I mean, how many times do we allow people to vote illegally before we don't put any type of responsibility on the county? That's a concern of mine. If the argument is, well, she used the wrong form.
It doesn't stipulate what the form is.
Right. That's another thing.
Yeah.
And then, again, you're looking at someone who's not supposed to vote and you're allowing them to vote. This is a problem. I'm concerned about this one. I have a recommendation.
Any other questions from the board?
No.
Would the respondent like to make any more comments?
I'm sorry, didn't hear.
Would you like to make any more comments?
More comments? I believe is what he's asking for.
I'm sorry.
Would you like to make more comments?
Again, I think you have to go back to 2018 at a time when the transition was being made to electronic voting in terms of how this procedure was followed.
Was it? I think that's the problem, right? It wasn't followed. And the argument it cannot be we were having issues with the electronic machine, or we didn't know, or the person didn't do. At some point, after having individuals vote illegally several times, something has to happen, right? I mean, do we just keep letting them vote until they find the form that you want them to find?
We weren't aware of the address changes until this lawsuit in December, because the procedures had changed. Once we found it, we did make the changes when we got their change of address forms. We didn't know that she had moved, because technically Ms. Bowers was placed in the May lawsuit by Dan Gasaway as listed, because that first lawsuit after the May election was about redistricting, or the districting issues. And she was listed as being incorrectly placed in House District 10 at that time, and that her address as listed was in House District 28. So when we checked that, he was correct, and she should have been placed with that address in House District 28. So we changed her at that time to House District 28. So in that lawsuit, he was saying that she should have been allowed to vote for him. So we didn't pull voter certificates at that time. In December, when she was brought back up on the lawsuit, he was saying that she had moved. We pulled the voter certificates then, saw the address change. On her application for absentee ballot in October, it still showed her old address that she was listed at in May on our system that was in House District 28 that we had changed her to due to the first lawsuit. And it had that listed on the absentee ballot in-person application. She had to sign it twice. The oath at the bottom has the address listed, and the poll workers, and that poll worker probably would have been me or my assistant, because it would have been in our office. And we instructed the voters to review the application and make sure everything's correct, and if it's not correct, to let us know, or to to, if their address is different, then they could mark through it and put the correct address and then sign. And she signed both places and the oath with that address as being the old address from May. So we had to assume that was her correct address. And then for the December, again, we were made aware in December after the lawsuit that she had moved, and then that's, we did sign it in Q Public that she had moved, and we got her changed once she, we had that, we got the voter registration or change of address on November the 7th. And we had to wait until after the deadline because, again, when these cards come through, they go into a stack of updates that we have to do once the elections are certified. And that deadline of October the 9th applied to the runoff and the special election as well.
So basically,
so that's why, again, she didn't get changed until after that.
So basically, we have election results that were accepted. However, we have individuals who voted illegally several times.
But she's handing her driver's license to a poll worker that's not, one of our staff. I mean, they only know to give a change of address form and tell them to fill it out.
Okay. So once again, we have election results that were accepted, although we clearly see individuals that were voting illegally several times. This is where the confusion comes in. This is where the mistrust comes in. This is major, in my opinion.
Yeah,
If it was 1 or 2 times, that's one thing, but 5 times, we have people that are voting illegally several times, repeatedly.
are you,
May I ask the name of that individual that's talking and what her title is?
her name is Laurel Ellison.
What was
Laurel Ellison.
Laurel?
Yes.
And what is the title? Like a county superintendent or something?
Hang on, I'll give you the exact,
She's the election superintendent.
Habersham County Elections Director. Habersham County Elections Director, Laurel Ellison, Laurel Ellison.
My name is Mary Ann.
Yeah, I guess I'm just kind of stuck on the fact that in May, she appears to have alerted the county that there was a change of address by showing her ID and by showing writing it on the voter certificate, and I can't seem to get past that
Yeah.
the
And no
county
one gave
somehow
her the
should have
right form.
identified that in May.
Right, no one thought to give her the
Yeah.
correct form.
Yeah, that somehow that should have,
Yeah.
so that's kind of where I stand with this. So, are there any questions for the board?
No questions?
The chair would entertain a motion at this point.
Yeah, I make a motion that we refer this to the Attorney General's office.
Would you explain your reasoning behind that a little bit? first?
I think you know what? Actually, I want to withdraw that. I think we should send our investigators to look into this. I think we should continue the case and have our investigators look into this more in depth.
I'm just curious, what does the,
Well, because this could be connected to a bigger issue, considering the fact that you have individuals who voted illegally several times. The election was still counted.
yeah, I don't disagree with you on that. I think that, I think we ought to continue investigating, but I think we need to deal with the allegations that are in this complaint today. We can always look at different issues.
Well, my concern is that if we rule on this as is, it may position us where we can't go back, right? Like we can't go back and look at additional issues because this is concerning.
What is the board, we have Member King's comments, Member Johnston.
I will say this, because I've moved several times in my life. And when I move, I know I'm not voting at the same precinct I used to vote at. So why would I have showed up there?
That's
I
it.
mean, that's another way to look at this.
That too. So it's like, why do they feel comfortable continuing to show up at the same precinct and voting again and again?
There is a motion on the table to continue the case for further investigation.
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second to continue this case for further investigation. Any further comments? Hearing no comments, all those in favor of continuing this case for further investigation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any dissent? Hearing no dissent, so moved. This case will be continued for further consideration. Thank you. Thank you for attending today. The board, or the chair would entertain a motion for a short lunch break at this time, 30 minutes.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries 3-0. We'll break for a 30-minute. Let's be back here at 1:10, please.
They didn't speak into this microphone super well. Did you hear the last bit of that? They're gonna
Georgia 2022 voter drive organization. He identified Greg Diamond as the owner of the company and the individual who signed the paperwork for the lease for the office. He was able to track down the office for Vote Georgia 2022. Ultimately, he sent some correspondence, and ultimately their attorney contacted our investigator. He did ask that attorney for information on who specifically from the organization submitted those forms. The attorney was not able to identify that individual. He said basically based on the busyness of the election season and the various campaigns and things of that nature that the organization was involved in. And so ultimately we determined that Greg Diamond as the owner and Vote Georgia 2022 was in violation of SCB Rule 183-1-6-.02, sub 8, sub C, rules for voter registration by private entities when they fail to provide the minimum required information on 2 transmittal sheets submitted to the Henry County Election Office in September of 2022. Transmittal sheets contain the name of the voter registration program, the number of voter registration applications delivered, and one transmittal sheet had a non-legible signature. They were lacking the name of the submitting individual, name of private entity sponsoring the voter registration program, and the address of the submitting individual and phone number of the submitting individual.
Does the board have any questions related to this case? Dr. Johnson?
For the investigator, the report investigation named 4 different, what appear to be 4 different TPOs, third-party organizations: Register Georgia 2024, Vote GA 2022, Vote Georgia 2022, and Atlanta Voter Registration Project. Are those 4 different entities, or are they one and the same?
Looks like, I know that Verdugo, did you name Verdugo? Because they're like.
I did not. I didn't know if the way these are just duplicative.
If you're talking about the bullet points,
Right.
okay, on page 3, is that what you're looking at from the ROI? So it looks like it's naming 2 and 2 on those bullets. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, throughout the report, there are different names written down, and I just didn't know if there were, some of these were shortened, or these are actually 4 different voter registration groups.
Yeah, so in the ROI, I'm looking on page 3, he's got the bullet points.
Right.
And the first 2 are the same, and then the second 2 are the same. So I've seen where you're referring to additional groups.
So Register Georgia 2024, doing business as Vote Georgia 2022, or?
I see 3 mentioned. Can you refer to what page you're on now, Doctor?
Okay.
ROI, because I see the Verdugo, obviously, which Vote Georgia 2022 is a subsidiary of that, connected to it. And then it's the other, the Atlanta Voter Registration Project, that we were unable to identify anyone regarding that. He tracked a lady down, a lady by the name of Kathy Ireland. We used our methods to try to find out where she lived, got an address, sent out letters, all those things, and we weren't able to identify that young lady that's behind the Atlanta voter registration project, but
Okay. So Registered Georgia is on, Respondent 1 is included with Respondent 1?
you're talking about the Atlanta voter registration project? Is that what you're?
Well-
Because, so Verdugo Strategies and Vote Georgia 2022 are one and the same, and they're the ones we were able to track down, and Greg Diamond is the owner.
Okay.
So that's the entity and the individual that we were able to connect to this whole entity, because we couldn't, or they wouldn't, either way, whatever, identify who specifically that was working for this organization handled this voter drive and filled out the paperwork and made the omissions.
Okay. Were you provided by these organizations training documents that they have for their workers?
No, I don't think we obtained training documents.
Did they have a record, do either of these have a record of participants or employees, volunteers or employees?
Did they have a record of that?
Yeah, right. Did they provide a record of who the volunteers were, or or who they employed to
No.
perform voter registration?
No, they did not.
Did they indicate, did any of them?
Briefly, I'm just looking at the exhibits here.
Yeah.
No. Nope, I don't see anything about employee or training documents or any of that stuff in the exhibits. We just have the certified letters, the interviews with the attorney, printouts from their website, copy of lease agreement, property search.
Are either of are the respondents here?
Mr. Sparks is here to
Good
respond.
afternoon, Dr. Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
Adam Sparks of Crowell and the Horst here for Verdugo Strategies, had the doing business name of Vote Georgia 2022 and Register Georgia 2024. That is one entity with multiple different doing business as names registered in its home state of Delaware.
Okay. So Vote Georgia 2022 is the original entity?
The original entity, the actual corporate name, is Verdugo Strategies LLC.
Okay.
It is a Delaware corporation with its principal place of business in California. It is registered as a foreign corporation here in with the Secretary of State's office, and it had two doing business as names, both of which I disclosed to the investigator. The first is Vote Georgia 2022. So while there are two letters that I received on their behalf, one is for Verdugo, the other is for its doing business name in 2022. So in reality, there is one entity. I then voluntarily disclosed that they had received a contract to do a voter registration drive in connection with the 2024 general election, and the registered DBA name was Register Georgia 2024. So to be clear, it's one entity.
It's all the same people.
It is one corporate entity. I can't tell you that every single person working for the entity was identical between 2022 to 2024. Greg Diamond is the owner of Verdugo. He is improperly named as a respondent in the summary of ROI that I received, for the first time named as a respondent, I might add, but he is the owner and the primary contact person whom I've worked with.
Did Verdugo Strategies have a written contract or an agreement with the Secretary of State for any purpose?
Well, I don't believe Verdugo would be required to have a written contract with the Secretary to operate a voter registration
Just
drive
asking.
in Georgia. Yes, of course. None to my knowledge. It's possible. I suppose, but there's no requirement to do so, and I'm not aware of any.
Okay. Is there an explanation why copies of voter registration were sent in rather than the actual voter registration forms that are provided by the Secretary of State?
That allegation was not substantiated, according to the summary of ROI that I received. So I don't believe that's here before you today, respectfully. And I'm happy to address any of this at further length. I do have a couple of reasons why I think you should actually dismiss this complaint here today, but I don't want to forestall your questions for the investigator.
Is there an explanation why the transmittal sheets were not provided?
Yes, I'd be happy to get into that at this time. Again, Adam Sparks for Verdugo Strategies, LLC. I do appreciate your time. We talked a little bit about the corporate form here. To address your question directly, I don't have a factual explanation, but for two reasons I can't concede that a violation actually occurred here. If you disagree with me, we can talk about a letter of instruction, which I think would be the appropriate remedy in that instance, but let me first briefly recount, at least for the record, why I think dismissal is appropriate here. First, we've never seen the sheets, as alleged. We looked for them, we couldn't find them. I was unable to determine who the person might have been in this Albany office who sent them to the Henry County Board of Registration and Elections. I've asked to see them. I was denied access to see them. I was told that I could only see them in person without making copies if I produced either the person, whom we could not find, or Mr. Diamond, who lives in California, for an in-person interview. So I have some problems with that. Having not been able to see
Who denied you? The county?
The investigator.
The investigator.
Yes, Investigator Blanchard. I believe, if I want to be accurate about this, because he was actually reasonable to work with, I believe he asked for permission and was denied to share those sheets. So I actually haven't seen them. It's certainly possible that they are missing some of the information, although I would argue that the sponsoring entity was in fact included because Vote Georgia 2022 was a registered DBA name of Verdugo Strategies. So I would contest that factually in any event. So number one, I haven't seen the evidence, so I can't concede a violation of any sort actually occurred. And I might note that under the board's own rules, voter registration, private entities are not permitted to keep voter registration application copies at all without express written consent of the applicant or beyond 90 days in any event, and even then they can only use them for certain non-commercial purposes aimed at ensuring that the applicant's registration is fully considered and properly delivered. So there are some restrictions here in terms of the records any of these entities actually can keep under current law. And I point that out simply to say that we weren't asked for training documents. We weren't asked for other employee records. And some of those, I'm sure that they have. I might have even considered producing some, but having not been asked any of them and contesting that there's a violation to begin with, I contest the connotation that somehow any of the documents weren't provided. I think we've been fully cooperative with the investigation. Now, second, board, I believe there's not actually been a violation here. And the reason why is if you actually look at Rule 8C that Investigator Brunson cited, if we actually look at the rule about the information recited therein to be included on a cover transmittal summary sheet, it says should include. Now, why is that important? It's because the word shall is used elsewhere in the provision. It's used twice about things that are mandatory directives, but should indicates a directory requirement, and that's different. Just forgive me for belaboring the legal niceties here, but there's a difference in mandatory, directive, and permissive language as it's used in a statute, provision, or rule. Mandatory includes words like shall or must, and that's clear from the case law. Permissive requirements include things like may. They're things that you're allowed to do, but not necessarily required. Directory requirements are somewhere in the middle, and I'll read this for the record from Black's Law Dictionary. A directory requirement is, quote, a statutory or contractual instruction to act in a way that is advisable but not absolutely essential, in contrast to a mandatory requirement. A directory requirement is frequently introduced by the word should, or less frequently shall, which is more typically a mandatory word. And I won't ruin the reporter's day by trying to quote the original Latin, but there's a canon of how you interpret these things that says if the writer of the law or the rule used certain words in the provision and didn't use them elsewhere, then that decision was intentional. And so by the very language, the text, and the structure of the rule, this information actually isn't required strictly to have been included in the summary sheet at all. And so the allegation that it wasn't, although advisable, and although my client immediately upon notice of receiving this letter sought out counsel, i.e. me, to guide them on this subject, and I have provided that guidance, it's not actually required by the rule. It's not clearly illegal. So whether you're looking at this under the rule of lenity, under common sense, under just reading the plain text, it's not obvious that a violation occurred.
I want to further state, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No problem, Mr. Chair.
The failure to include the transmittal summary sheet shall not by itself be grounds for rejecting the submitted applications.
And that is a very important point, and I'm glad you made it, Mr. Chair, because it's important to note here that unlike some other cases the board has heard over the last 36 hours, this case doesn't involve any allegation of impropriety or wrong information being given to a voter. It doesn't involve any flaw in a voter registration application at all. It has nothing to do with whether the voter applicant's rights were impinged. This has to do with the cover paperwork. And I think we all agree that all the information that the board has suggested should be included on those papers, and I've heard no complaints from any other county or from any other date of this entity submitting applications in this way that were somehow rejected or improper or caused any other sort of problem, indicating it's a minor technical error. It simply doesn't have to do with the allegations of problems with the voter registration applicants or Georgia citizens themselves. And so I think that's an important point to make, Mr. Chair, and I do appreciate it.
Mr. Sparks, are you saying that Vote Georgia or Register Georgia 2024 does not use transmittal sheets or summary sheets?
No, Doctor, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is that Verdugo Strategies, under either of the DBAs it used in 2022 at issue in this case, or 2024, which is not at issue in this case, they absolutely do use these cover transmittal summary sheets. And in fact, they did use them as a regular course of business in 2022 throughout its operations running that voter registration drive. It appears that these two alone that Henry County has alleged was missing certain information. That's the only substantiated allegation. So certainly as a matter of practice, yes, they are using the cover sheets. Yes, they have received legal guidance on that particular subject. And they'll continue to my knowledge.
I think that this is certainly a board rule that should be changed, the one word change from should to shall in the future, because I have to agree with the attorney that should versus shall. I've dealt with that many times in my career for different things, and it is an argument, and I think that we as a board should fix that problem at some point with that one word change in that rule.
For the investigator, were the voter registration applications found by Henry County? So voter registration applications are to be retained, or an electronic copy of such?
Yeah, the investigator could not identify them specifically with the group because they were disseminated. Unfortunately, that's why that part of the investigation was not sustained, because they were already disseminated before he could go and say, okay, these all came in from this group. So.
Right. Okay. So the names of the applicants or their voter registration forms were not retained by Henry County for this to help with this investigation.
Yeah. Right. We couldn't tie them to that group because they had been disseminated. So,
Mr. Sparks, does Verdugo Strategies, I know they don't, they would not keep applications to be consistent with law. Do they keep summary sheets?
They were unable to find, let me be kind to my client here, they were unable to find an organized fashion of retention of summary sheets of their copies. My suspicion is that because they're not allowed to keep the voter registration applications themselves, in fact, they can only keep the information in them in a certain way, in a certain kind of list, and use it for certain purposes, is that any copied cover sheets let me try that one more time. Any copied cover transmittal summary sheets would have been kept with the copies of the applications themselves and disposed of in compliant fashion in the same way. They were able to find a couple that were submitted to a couple of counties. They were unable to find any that were submitted to Henry County, certainly much less from this location. And those all had the information, and there were no objections provided from the local election officials in
Right.
2022.
Yeah, nobody's making that accusation, it's just the record keeping. So
Understood.
they put in writing that they looked and could not find the summary sheets from, that were sent to Henry County, or provided for Henry County?
I can tell you they conducted a search under my guidance, and they were unable to locate these specific sheets. In fact, any sheets, if I recall correctly, from September 2022 that were sent from Dougherty County to Henry County.
Do you know, by any chance, do you know how many counties in Georgia Verdugo Strategies has voter registration drives in?
I don't know offhand. I know as a matter of practice, drives can focus on certain parts of the state or statewide, but it doesn't really matter because if you come across someone who wants to register to vote, swears that they're eligible, completes the form, it's going to be for whatever county they reside in. And so that may be, if the drive's conducted at, I'm making this out of thin air, at a mall in Fulton County, could be someone who lives in Fulton County, could be someone across the county line in DeKalb, could be someone who's there on holiday from Chatham or Ben Hill or Grady or wherever. And so it would stand to reason that regardless of the geographic focus of any drive, they're going to be sending applications back to the county of residence for the applicant, for whose registration application is placed in their care. And so they would be sending them to potentially all 159 counties. If I could just make one more point before I forget, because my goldfish memory will come back for me someday. Should the board not agree with me, I do think this is a dismissal case, but should the board not agree and think not only that the evidence shows what's been proffered and also that it is a violation of the rule, I would ask that a letter of instruction be sent and that it be sent to the two named respondents, Vote Georgia 2022 and Verdugo Strategies, LLC. I would ask that it not be sent to Mr. Diamond in his individual capacity. For one, I don't represent Mr. Diamond in his individual capacity, and so he would go unrepresented in this proceeding without notice. That's a problem. Second, the first time there was any indication he might be so named was in this letter last month that I received. And third, and perhaps most importantly, if not legally, Mr. Diamond and his family are residents of Altadena. They've been directly affected, I think I can say, by the wildfires, and the last thing he needs is his name on government paperwork, where it really should not be in the first place because he is not a properly named respondent. So while I might be willing to overlook this in the main, or even a letter of instruction to be issued, I don't want to cause any more issues for him in their residential and insurance concerns than necessary. So I would ask that that
Thank
favor
you.
from the board should a letter be issued.
Yeah, we can't take that last into consideration.
I understand you can't as a legal matter. I let you know as a humanitarian concern. But it's also improper, Mr. Chair, and I'm sorry to step on you, but it is also improper as a legal matter to sort of name him as a new respondent at the end of this process.
Yes.
Quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
So why is it that you will not provide the original copies of the voter registrations?
I don't understand the question, Member
Well,
King.
I'm
I'm
just
sorry.
reading the finding. It says that you, that they requested the original voter registration applications, and instead you provided copies of them, right?
I don't see where that is. Can you guide me on the summary, which is the only paper I
It's under
have?
the findings. Am I reading something wrong? Isn't there the findings for this case? Am I looking at
What
something
page of
else?
findings? What page number?
Sorry, I'm on a digital. Yeah, so what I'm reading is, it says, it's under findings, it says private voter registration entity. The complainant reported that the private voter registration entity failed to provide the original voter registration application, instead provided copies. the complainant sought guidance from the representative of the Secretary of State's office with instructions to provide the applications as normal unless they are believed to be fraudulent. The county processed the applications and processed the applications as instructed. In an effort to obtain the originals, attempted to contact the representative of the private voter registration entity to no avail. Do you know anything about that?
No, I can't say I do.
Okay.
I will say I can't speak for Henry County, but again, the allegation about the originals versus the copies being submitted to the county authority, again, A, that wasn't substantiated, and so B, haven't spent a lot of my client's time.
You said it's not substantiated. What was not substantiated? That they
This
did not provide the originals?
Correct, ma'am. That's
So
my
you're saying that
understanding.
it's a possibility that you did provide the originals to the county?
I'm sure it could be a possibility. Again, I've not been able to track down whoever sent this cover sheet or was purported to have sent this cover sheet to Henry County, so no way for me to investigate that particular issue. I can tell you that
But you're unsure whether you did or didn't?
I was not there in 2022, so I'm not sure or unsure of anything. I can say that in discussing this with my client, there's no reason to think that they would have sent copies, but I am not able to sit here and tell you today definitively one way or the other, just as I am for Fulton County, DeKalb County, Cobb County. Investigation of that allegation was found not to be substantiated according to the paperwork I've received. That's really the extent of what I can tell you.
Any further questions? The chair will entertain a motion, but like I said earlier, I have concerns about that shall versus, the requirement on that, so shall versus should language.
Correct.
And since this deals
Yeah, I
with...
have a concern about, organizations coming into the state and
Yep.
kind of running things the way they want to. I mean, the fact of the matter is, even though it may be ambiguous, as to what you should do, I would think that you would lean on the side of the state that you're inside of.
Respectfully, Member King, I don't think my client leans on the side of observing it. I think it has strived 110% to meet all of these legal guidance. And that's one reason, actually, I wrote the follow-up letter to the investigator, because the initial information I got was that they wouldn't be conducting activities in 2024. And then I got word that they had just signed a contract to do so. And so I immediately let the investigator know this, and specifically that they had asked for and received guidance on this very issue. Again, I don't think it's a legal violation given the wording of the rule, but they were concerned enough about it to reach back out to me and let me know. So I do think that they are striving to meet, dot every I and cross every T of Georgia law. Rest assured about that.
Any further questions?
No further questions.
Is there the chair would entertain a motion from...
I don't think there's evidence to suggest a violation.
I'll make a motion to dismiss it.
We have a motion to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to dismiss this claim. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing this claim signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any dissent? Hearing no dissent, so moved. This claim is dismissed. Thank you. You are dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the board and to Ms. Harden for accommodating my schedule.
Alex, will you remind us, the board, to revisit this rule and see if we can come up with a change on that one particular word?
Mr. Chair, I'm trying to turn off the mic, but I don't seem to be able to.
Oh, I'm going to cut you off. You are cut. Well, now we're going to hear from one of my favorite counties, Forsyth County, which I lived at for 10 to 12 years at some time in the past, a long time ago. We're going to hear SCB 2021-162. Before we hear that, is there anybody else here that's here as a respondent? Ms. Lee, you're not responding to anything else, are you? No? I think you're our last responder. You win the prize. This is
I'm doing 162.
54, tab 54. Are you Miss Impaduglia? Is that a good Italian name? There you go.
All right, you ready?
Yes.
This case involves a voter in Forsyth County, Marianne Impaduglia, all right, who went to vote at 11/2/2021 at the 8 Mashburn Precinct, Lanyard United Methodist Church. She took a photograph of her ballot from her phone. Poll manager Ken Lindberg addressed the issue directly with Mrs. Impaduglia, informing her of the violation and directing her to the posted signage informing the public that photography is not allowed inside the polling place, and asked her to delete the photo. She refused. Lindberg called the county elections office, and Mandy Smith spoke directly to Mrs. Impaduglia. Smith read parts of code section 21.2.413E and 21.2.568.2 to her. Lindberg gave a handout to Mrs. Impaduglia that was made available to voters with questions about this requirement. She loudly protested, maintaining that it is her right and she is willing to challenge the rule.
I think that's enough. Ms. Impaduglia, this board hears multiple cases similar to this. It seems like every time that we have a meeting. And I would love to hear from you on this. Could you press your button? And if you would just identify yourself and explain to us what occurred in your own words.
I'm Marianne Impaduglia. By the way, I do want to say that I have a newly found appreciation for what election officials do based on what I've seen in the past 2 days up here. You're very thorough, detail-oriented, and you're committed to getting to a conclusion. And it's the first time I've experienced that with anything election-related, this case and other things too. So I really appreciate that, and I hope that you consider that as I tell you, because I did get frustrated because I didn't experience any of that in speaking with Mandy Smith. I tried to get a copy of that narrative. I don't know where that narrative came from, but when I first got a letter from Mr. Coulter, the investigator, it was, I thought it was a scam. It was a poor photocopy, not a poor photocopy, but it didn't look like it was official letterhead. And it said that, there was a complaint and there was a blank form, and the letter requested me to fill out the form on what happened and to sign it. It was just didn't make any sense to me. It was almost like trying to get me to write a confession, a signed confession or something. And I responded to that letter saying, well, I would like to see what the complaint was, like the actual document. I'm assuming that the superintendent wrote the document or whatever, and so I could respond to that in writing. And I never got anything, never heard again after that. And this letter came a few months after the incident. Actually, I don't remember when. All I remember is that it was a long time after the incident, maybe offices backed up or something, but I don't remember when. And I didn't keep any of it. After I wrote to Mr. Coulter and said, please send me this, whatever this narrative, what was given to you guys to investigate, I never heard anything. So I thought it was just a one and done. And then I got this last month. So I'm not sure why I got all this so far after it all happened. But the narrative that was just read to you is not how it happened. It's not how I recall how it happened, and it's not how it happened. But I did take a photo. So I went in, I took a photo because I feel like we should be able to take a photo of just our own ballot. So we have a copy of it when we leave, because some of the elections have so many different offices that we're voting for. And since 2020, I have heard all the narratives, in the news and everything, and I've seen all the evidence, over the time that has come up of, election abuse, election fraud, election inconsistencies, blah, 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 that I feel like we should be able to just take basically a receipt of how we voted with us when we go. We get a receipt when we buy stuff at the grocery store, when we go to the doctor's office. Why can't we just have a copy of how we voted, so that if there's an issue moving forward, that we have an actual copy of how we voted? And I thought that should be a good thing that they should put in the law. So I took a picture, and it was a bad case. I shouldn't have done it that time, because it was a special election, and there was only one item on the whole thing that we were voting on. It was for the SPLOST, which is important to me because it's only local. So I'm thinking we should have, something on here. And that's a whole different story, maybe not, is relative. Maybe you want to know about it, because it was kind of weird. The whole thing was weird. But, so I took a photo, and 3 people swooped down on me. You can't take a photo, you can't take a photo. And I go, what? I just want a photo of my, how I voted before I put the paper in the scanner. Because once it goes in the scanner, you never see it again. And they were saying, no, you can't, you're not allowed. And I said, why am I not allowed? And the supervisor at the facility, Ken, he was a nice fella. He said no, and he pointed to, he said, outside of the voting room, there's like a lobby area with the actual statue enlarged on it. He said, it's over there on the thing. So I went out into that area. First, I put my thing in the scanner, because I knew I was leaving the room. Wanted to make sure that there was nothing weird about that. And then I went out and I read the statute. And I read it, and it says here that the superintendent has the discretion to allow you to take a picture. So I went and I told Ken that, and I said, can you please call the supervisor, I didn't even know who it was at the time, and ask if it's okay for me to get that picture. And so, and he did ask me about deleting it, but I said, well, it says on there that I can take a picture, and I already threw it in the scanner, so can you call her and get permission from her? I'd like permission. And so he did. He got her on the phone, and we were talking, and I said, yeah, I'm asking you to use your discretionary authority to allow me to take a picture of my ballot, just my ballot. And she said, I don't have the discretionary authority to do that. And I said, you do. It says right here. And I read the statute to her, and she kept saying, I don't have the discretionary authority to do it. She would not change that response. And I felt like either she doesn't understand what the law is, or, I just could not understand why she would not simply say no, yes or no. And so every time she said, I can't do that, I don't have the discretionary authority to do that, I would respond with something a little bit more detailed. I said, well, it says here that you do, and I would read the part of it, and she would just keep saying, I don't have the discretionary authority to do it. So I was getting kind of frustrated, and that's what is represented in her narrative, because I was getting angry. I was saying, but it says right here. And eventually, nothing came of it. At some point during all that, I do remember, I don't know if it was someone on the inside first, or if she said, I don't remember who said it, but I remember saying something like, if you don't get rid of it, then you're gonna, we can call the sheriff and have you arrested. And we came to an impasse, nothing ever came of it, and I did eventually delete it, because I don't want to get arrested over it. It was just had the one thing on there. By the way, it was a QR code too, so I'm thinking, well, it's useless to me anyway. So I did delete it. So that's how it went down. So some of my main concern is that the reason why I was argumentative because I felt like, as a superintendent, she should have been able to either use her discretionary authority to say, yes, you can, or use it to say, no, you cannot. And if she had said, no, you cannot, I would have documented, I would have asked her why, and I would have documented that. So that way, I could use this information moving forward to try to get the law changed, to say, why can't we get a copy of our vote when we leave? Why can't we get a copy of that? There's nothing unreasonable about that, asking that. And, you know, and so it never, that is the whole reason why I was trying to get her to be accountable to her decision. But she basically, and I really had come to the conclusion that she intentionally deferred her responsibility. She should have, or she could have said, you know, of each of these things, pointed out why. Because none of them, I believe, I'm reading it, is any reason why she should deny me for me to take a picture of my ballot.
Well,
So I didn't have a chance to do any of this in advance to respond to her narrative and all that, so that's why I'm here today. And I'm really hoping you'll just dismiss it because I am so over it. I can't tell you how frustrating.
I understand, and I always appreciate when people vote, and we appreciate you voting. I appreciate you sitting through this and listening, and maybe the signage wasn't clear enough, but when you read the actual code, which is 21.2.413, it says, I'm just going to read part of it.
I have a copy of
Okay.
the code, but I don't think both parts, I honestly don't remember, but I don't think both parts were on that big
No,
display. I think it was just the first part, 416.
Yeah, 21.2.568 is even more definitive on whether you can take photographs or not, but 21.2.413 says that let me just read a little bit. No person shall use photographic or other electronic monitoring or recording devices, cameras, or cell phone, telephones while such person is in a polling place while voting is taking place, provided, however, that a poll manager at his or her discretion may allow the use of photographic devices in the polling place under such conditions and limitations as the election superintendent finds appropriate, and provided further that no photography shall be allowed of a ballot or the face of a voting machine or DRE unit or electronic ballot marker while the elector is voting such ballot or machine, or so it says, yes, she has some discretion to allow videotaping or photography, and that mostly has to do with poll watchers, but it goes on to say, you know, she has discretion on those areas, but she can't allow you to take a picture of the ballot. Even those people are not allowed to take pictures of ballots. So that's, I mean, it's further clarification of that rule, and I don't know.
Can I respond to that?
Wait, I don't know exactly what, I mean, I don't have that poster in front of me, but the rule is pretty clear that she has some he or she has some discretion, and like I said, it's mostly when you're talking about poll watchers and things, but it further clarifies that you can never take a picture of the ballot while voting is taking place. And, you know, this board has ruled on this same topic so many times in the past, and I understand there might have been some miscommunication, and she probably could have explained it earlier and read that out to you, said, no, she doesn't have any discretion when it comes to taking pictures of a ballot. She has no discretion with that. She really has none. I mean, that's what the rule says. That's the law that we have to live by for everybody. Now, if you think that the rule needs to be changed or law needs to be changed, by all means, go to the legislator and, you know, ask them to, you know, change it. You know, that's your prerogative, and, you know, but the board is really limited in what we're allowed. We can only follow the law here and what the law says, you know, and we can't make decisions based on what people think should happen. We have to make decisions on what the law says, what the rules say. So please respond.
Okay, so what you read back to me does not match what I have here, and I'm looking at the 413 of the 2021 code, which is what would apply.
Are you looking at subparagraph E?
Yes, 413 subparagraph E. And what I have says,
Yeah, this is the 2024 edition.
okay, but this didn't happen in 2024. This happened in 2021.
Yeah, I don't have that one, do you?
So I did make a note of that,
That's a good point.
Yeah.
okay? So I'm just saying.
Let's go back to
And that's why I
2020.
appreciate you taking the time for me to respond and go through this, because
Yep.
I have a copy of what I read on the board, and that's what I was using to try to get a response from the superintendent that was consistent with the law, as I understood it. So it says on here, no person shall use, photograph, or other electronic monitoring or recording device, cameras, cellular phones, while a person is in a polling place while voting is taking place, provided, however, that a poll manager, in his or her discretion, may allow the use of photographic devices in the polling place under such conditions and limitations as the election superintendent finds appropriate. And further that, and so she, first of all, has the discretionary authority, but then it says, goes on to say, and these are things that I believe that she cannot have the discretionary authority to change. No photograph shall be allowed of a ballot or the face of a voting machine or DRE unit or electronic ballot marker while an elector is voting such a ballot.
Well, yeah, and that means any elector. So there were people in there voting.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the same language which says that.
I know, but it's saying that you can't take a picture of it while it's being voted. I was not taking a picture of the machine. I voted, and then the paper comes out, and I don't know if all the counties do this in Georgia, but in Forsyth County, you vote electronically on the machine with a touchpad, and when you're done, a piece of paper prints out, and you walk that paper over to the scanner, and you feed it in, and you never see it again. So what I was asking her was to take a picture of the piece of paper after I was done voting. I wasn't by any of the machines, I wasn't looking at any other people's, I wasn't doing any of that. It was just my paper ballot before putting it in the scanner. So this says that, you know, you can't take a picture of the ballot while it's being voted. That would be on the screen. Okay, so I wasn't trying to do that, which is kind of interesting because one of the methods, one of the narratives that has been out there is that votes were flipping on the screen. People would vote for one thing, but it would flip on the screen to something else. So I find it kind of interesting that you can't even take a photo of the screen. But no matter, that's aside from this because I didn't take a picture of any of the equipment or any of that, just my piece of paper.
Mary Ann,
Yeah.
did you sell your vote? Did you show your picture to someone to get money for it?
Oh, no, heck no.
Okay.
That's private, and I would never have. The reason I took the vote was if by some chance something came up later in the future that says, you know, if you have, like if the election people say you have proof of blah, 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 I have evidence. That's the only reason why I took it.
It's the reason for not allowing photographing of ballots is for the prevention of buying or selling votes. Some people might take a photo of their ballot and then walk out the door and show someone who's willing to pay them to prove that they voted for a certain issue or candidate or amendment. So that is the reason for not photographing ballots. Okay,
I've never heard that narrative. That's a new one.
Well, it's a big one.
Okay.
And it's a problem.
Okay.
And we're also connected to our phones, and I'm addicted to my phone, and we use the camera all the time, and it just seems natural. It's great for looking up your Peachtree Road Race time and taking a photo of that, but it's not okay in the voting booth because we want to prevent buying and selling of votes. So it's against the statute. That statute was effective March 25th, 2021, so it is in effect at the time for that election.
And again, if she had said that, if she had said, no, I'm not gonna, you can't take a picture, you're not allowed to, then I would say, well, why not? And if she had said something like that, or even anything that, it didn't have to be that exact example, but something like that, I would have gone, oh, okay. And that would be the end of it. But that's not what happened. All she kept saying was, I don't have the authority to do that. And I just have gotten to the point where I feel like there are people at the lower levels that just either don't think it through or don't want to think it through, or are just not, worried about it, fixing it, making it better or anything.
Well,
And
that's the reason, so I think we're ready to.
Yeah, and then some people don't like conflict. I mean, there's a lot of reasons. This board, though, it's important for this board to remain consistent on what we do with these kind of issues, and we voted on this multiple times on things like that. And like I said, if you feel it's necessary to change the law, please.
and I guess the end game is that I would hope that you dismiss this, or at the very least, maybe make a referral that the superintendents get better training, better education, or better something to be able to respond when a voter does something like this, that it's just not intended to be, invade someone else's privacy or to do anything like that, but if there's potential for that they bring that up with the voter.
I'll make that note.
We're trying to help you, the voter, protect secret ballot, your privacy, your ability to vote freely, that's freely of your choice, without somebody twisting your arm and making you vote and prove that you voted a certain way. Okay.
So there would not really be a way to change that to change the law, because there's not a way to, unless I can come up with an idea or an option, a suggestion, to be able to get a receipt without it being sold, then there really would be.
It'd be difficult.
It has been said that a ballot is worth $40 to $200. So it is worth protecting the privacy of your ballot and my ballot and everyone's ballot.
Member King's ready to make a motion.
Point out one other thing too that was.
I think we've heard enough, and we'd like to move along with the meeting.
No, I was waiting on Dr. Chan.
Oh,
I was gonna,
you make a motion?
Yeah, I was gonna make a motion that we dismiss this case, but it sounds like you're
That'd be
saying no.
inconsistent with prior.
It would be, okay.
Would you consider a letter of instruction?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll make the recommendation that we submit a letter of instruction to you, just giving you further explanation as to why this is important and why you shouldn't take pictures of your ballot. It's against the law.
Right. We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction, and there's a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a LOI, letter of instruction, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any dissension? Here, no dissension. The motion carries 3-0. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your patience. Thanks for coming and giving us your side of the story. We do appreciate it.
For all you do.
We're going to move back to the cases slated for dismissal. And there were two quick ones that Dr. Johnson had some cases, questions on, and then we'll vote on the rest of them in mass. So the very first one, SCB 2024-211 Bryan County, which is tab 18.
Michael, you want me to save you a little time?
Yes.
Briefly, this case is an allegation of vote switching on the BMD. There was, evidence was not able to be presented to demonstrate that or prove that. So it will be recommended to dismiss it, but I just wanted to make a point that a problem with BMD ballots are that it's an electronic image of your ballot, but as soon as you hit the completed or print button on the BMD, the image disappears and a ballot summary is printed out. And so if you thought you saw something on that BMD, you will not be able to see it again. And no matter what you thought you saw, you can't prove it. Now, you can look at your ballot summary and make sure that it has who you think you're voting for or what you're voting about. If you review that, and also once you put that in the scanner, it's forever it's a counted ballot, and it's secret ballot at that point because there's no identifying marks to it, and you can't retrieve it that way. So a word of caution is if a BMD ballot image comes up and you don't think it's correct, don't let it disappear. Call the poll manager to look at that image and address it if you think that it's not the right ballot. And once you get your printed ballot summary, please review it before you put it in the scanner, because once it's scanned, it's no longer identified as your ballot. So, Mr. Chairman, I recommend that we dismiss this case.
I'm going to dismiss all of them one time. Let's address the other case you had real quick, and then I will make the motion to dismiss all the rest of them and name them. That way.
Well, there's one that I want to
Yeah,
continue.
the other one was SCB 2024-163, and it's number 32.
You're keeping track of this.
Is it tab number 33?
32. SCB 2024-163.
We're just going to order.
That was the other one you had the question for, and then I was going to name all of them and make a motion to dismiss them all in mass.
This was one about the third party.
Yeah, no, that continued.
Do it? You want to continue? All right, then we'll make a motion to continue with them. Okay.
Okay, SCB 2024-163 pertains to alleged fraudulent voter registration applications, and my reading of this summary an investigation suggests that we need more investigation, and I'd recommend that we continue this case.
We have a motion to continue SCB 2024-163.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion?
No.
Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of continuing case SCB 2024-163 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any dissension? Hearing no dissension, so moved.
Further investigation for what part then? This is the one where the person whose application it was wouldn't say who her friend was that filled out her application.
Correct. I would like to continue that case to investigate further and see if we can determine the TPO that the coworker was working for.
Okay.
She did say she wasn't going to tell us then.
Okay. The chair is going to exercise his right to make a motion. And the chair is going to make a motion that cases SCB 2024-211 Bryan County, SCB 2024-166 Chatham County, SCB 2021-018 Fulton County, SCB-2024-253 Glenn County, SCB 2024-126 Henry County, be dismissed. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on those cases?
Mr. Chair, did you mention SCB 2024-166 Chatham County?
Yes.
I would like that to be heard.
Oh, you want it heard?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll revise my motion. And my motion is to dismiss Case is SEB 2024211. Case SEB 2021-018. SEB 2024-253. SEB 2024-126. We're recommending all those for dismissal. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. All those in favor of dismissing those above-named cases signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Dr. Johnson?
Aye.
Any dissent? Hearing no dissent, so moved. Those cases are dismissed by a vote of 3-0. And we'll now hear SEB 2024-166.
This case was opened up when Ms. Patty said that the arrangements of the BMD machines at the mosquito control polling precinct were set up in a way that the public could see the elector's ballot. Sent the investigator down there, he had taken some photos, and the BMD machines were set up kind of like horseshoe looking, so if no one was at them, it would look like you could see everything, but if somebody was standing in front of them, you could not see anything. So there was no privacy issues with the setup of the BMD machines.
The question, were the BMDs rearranged?
No.
They were not. So my issue with this is voter privacy. It's a really big issue for some people, and certainly in some small counties, or even in a large county. And there's a huge difference between a 6'3", 240-pound person voting in front of a BMD. Of course, you can't see the ballot, but a 5', 100-pound voter does not cover the BMD and does not afford that privacy. And I know it's oftentimes stated when the voter's in front of the BMD, you can't see it, but that is not true. It's true for big people, but it's not true for small, short, slight people. And we have this issue almost every election where they're arranged so that a voter walks in and the poll workers can watch how people vote, or people standing in line can watch how voters are voting. So if anybody complains about it, I think it should be taken seriously, and I think a letter of instruction to Chatham County would be in order.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. When I was visiting poll locations at this last election, probably 25% of them were in facilities that were much too small for what they were trying to do, and it's all that was available, and you had a lot of machines that we had to move around the best we could to try and protect the viewpoint. But it is a huge problem across the state with facilities. A letter of instructions seems appropriate. You want to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction to Chatham County. The respondent's not listed on this, but I assume it's Chatham County.
What'd you say? It's a letter of instruction. It's not a...
They were notified that this case was being pulled, though, to be discussed. Do what? Yeah, all the ones that were being pulled that were dismissals, we notified the counties with the SOS.
Yep, okay.
So I recommend a dismissal with a letter of instruction.
Yes, a letter of instruction, yeah. Yeah, we have a motion to send a letter of instruction on this case. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved by a vote of 3-0. Okay, we're done with those cases. Let's move on to let's go to SEB 2021-109, statewide deceased voter. It's a tab number 40.
This was one where, I don't know, I think it was a lady from yesterday was on this list, where she said she was alive. We were given a list of 12 potential deceased voters. out of those 12, allegation 1 never voted. Allegations 3, 4, 11, and 12 were not deceased. Allegation 2 was a date entry error that was corrected. The deceased name was Daniel Joseph Fitzpatrick, and the actual voter was Daniel John Fitzpatrick. So they just gave credit to the deceased voter instead of the other voter. Allegations 5, 6, 9, and 10 voted prior to death. 7 and 13 were unable to be substantiated, and allegation 8 received credit after death. So for 7, Wadeen Reed shows her date of death at 12/17/2020, election that showed that her absentee ballot was accepted by the elections office on 12/29/2020, 12 days after her death. The investigator contacted DeKalb County requesting the copy of the application. They noted that the envelope was postmarked as being processed by the Atlanta Post Office on 12/22/20. That was 5 days after the death. They traveled over to her residence, and the investigator left their card, and someone called that said Miss Reed was her mother. She did not give any further information. The woman yelled at the investigator, refused to answer any investigations, and shouted, "Ask the post office why it was late." She shouted that several times, told the investigator not to come back to her door. She hung up the phone. Allegation 13 was Carlene. The state of Georgia showed her death certificate at 8/19/2020. The check through ElectionNet shows that her absentee ballot was requested on 9/1/2020. This was likely automatic, as this was before the general election, and the runoff election was not known at this time. Her ballot was received 1/5/21. It was 139 days after her death. The check of the ElectionNet shows that her death was marked, a change was made in ElectionNet on 9/1/20 by the code and a name, but there were changes made on 10/8/20, 10/16, by another name, and on 12/18/20 and 11/21, the changes were made by another name. The investigator located the address where the absentee ballots were sent on Toccoa Circle. The investigator left a card on the door. The person called him and advised that Carlene was his mother, confirmed that an absentee ballot was sent to his address automatically. He said when he received it, he shredded it. He did not vote it. He additionally advised that he is the only person who lives at that location. So how that ballot got back, couldn't confirm.
It seems to me that 7, 8, and 13 are the ones that this board needs to...
Yeah, that was 7 and 13, and then 8 is, the investigator interviewed Daniel's mother, Raynell. She advised that she'd been helping her son, who was disabled, with his ballots before his death. She advised that things were very confusing during that time, and she thought that when she signed for him that he was still alive. She stated that the first time the ballot was sent, she was sure he was alive. She also confirmed that the handwriting and signature on both the application and the ballot were from her hand. So there was evidence to suggest that Raynell violated 21-2562, subsection A1.
And in 13, it just seems to me that that there's something there to be found by somebody.
That's what the ElectionNet part, like that section there, but there was nothing, there wasn't anything else.
I mean, this Carlene Vines was passed, and her son was the only one who lived in the house at the time. And the ballot was voted, right?
Yes.
Yes, I would, seems to me that those three would be appropriate to send to the AG for further investigation.
13, 8,
And 7, 8, and 13. Are there any questions from the board on any of these? The chair would entertain a motion on those three cases.
Yeah, I make a motion that we send those three cases, allegations 7, 8, and 13, to the Attorney General's office.
Second.
We have a motion that allegations 7, 8, and 13 be sent to the AG for further investigation. The chair would entertain a motion to dismiss all the other allegations.
Oh, we'll vote on the first one.
We'll vote on all the other ones to dismiss.
Yeah, we'll just dismiss the other allegations.
We have a motion from Member Jeffries to dismiss all the other allegations.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing all the other allegations signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so
Did we vote
moved.
on AG? We didn't vote on the AG.
We sent 7, 8, and 13 to the AG.
Well, we made a motion in a second, but we didn't vote.
We didn't vote?
I thought we did. We did?
I don't think we did, no, we did.
Oh.
There's a motion and a second to send allegations 7, 8, and 13 to the Attorney General. Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. All right.
It did in my head.
Let's go to SCB 2022-306, Bryan County, number 42 in your book. Bryan County was supposed to respond to this regarding the broken sill. We had continued this case.
They didn't reply, did they? Did they respond?
Okay. I didn't get a response. Alex, did we get a response that you know of?
We're recommending dismissal on this case. It was not a violation. This was heard, this was one of those deals where the original complainant, the original respondent took a photo of the broken seal. She demanded to be allowed to look at it. Initially, someone told her she couldn't. Ultimately, the poll manager said, okay, I'll take you to go look at the seal. So she did. She was allowed to see the seal. Well, the recommended statute does not cover average citizens. It's only for representatives, candidates, et cetera. And so what that means is that no citizen can just show up and say, hey, I want to look at while voting is going on, I want to look at your machines. She does not have that authorization. So this case, there's no law that the county violated by not allowing her initially to not view that seal, even though she saw it within minutes because somebody came and allowed her to look at it anyway. That was a discretionary act by the poll manager. So this case, there's no violation of SCB rule or state statute.
Well, you have a potential violation here of
Broken seal.
Anastasia Knight, elector.
Pardon me? She got an LOI for the first.
She got an LOI, okay.
Yeah,
So,
she got
yeah,
an LOI.
that's right, we had asked Bryan County to come back and talk to us about the broken seal
Broken seal,
itself.
but once we looked at the statute, we said she had no right to demand to go see it.
Yeah.
They let her do it anyway, but it was discretionary.
Got it.
Yep.
The chair will entertain a motion.
Yeah, I make a motion, we dismiss.
We have a motion to dismiss, is there a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
Vote carries 2-1. Next case on the agenda is SCB 2022-103, Chatham County failure to open poll at 7 a.m. It's tab number 44.
This case was continued from the February. It was the LOI to the county, and it was continued on what the poll pad issue was. I believe you received a response from the Secretary of State about this.
So go ahead and go through the potential violations real quick.
The LOI, that was to the county already?
Why did we continue this then?
This case was continued because there was you guys had wanted an explanation about what the POPAD issue was from the Secretary of State.
And they didn't.
I was under the impression you received an email.
We're going to continue this case again until we get an answer.
You, didn't you?
Did we get an answer? Oh, okay. All right, I'm sorry. My brain's a little bit of mush right now. Yep, let me see it.
She sent it only to the chairman?
I may or may not have forwarded it. In response to your inquiry below, I have talked to our elections director and the poll pad vendor, and below is the feedback they offered. First, it's worth noting that the check-in process during early voting in May 2022 is very different than it is now. In May 2022 in Chatham, poll workers would have been looking up voters in eNet and assigning credit for voting. Now, counties use the cellular poll pads to check in voters. Under the past eNet system, while it was still rare, it was possible that a poll worker might have selected an incorrect voter when checking someone in. According to our vendor, under the old system, the poll pad would have shown one of the following voter statuses on the initial lookup screen. Checked in, a green bar indicating the voter had been processed in the polling place on election day and issued a green voter activation card. Advance in person, a red bar indicating that based on data provided from eNet and imported to the poll pad system, the voter had been processed by the county during advanced in-person voting. Absentee accepted, a red bar indicating that based on data provided from eNet and imported to the poll pad system, the county had accepted the voter's absentee by mail ballot. Poll pad, yes. Absentee issued, a red bar indicating that based on data provided from eNet and imported to the poll pad system, the county had issued the voter an absentee by mail ballot, which had not been returned to the county. While we don't know specifically what happened in this instance, it appears that when the county conducted further investigation, it was able to resolve the issue. Again, it's important to note that to help counties avoid these kinds of mistakes going forward, we have already completely overhauled the check-in process since it occurred. That was sent to me is that Monday the 12th? Yeah. Yeah, Monday the 12th. Thank you. We've already adjudicated this case, then, right?
You LOI'd for the county.
What?
You did an LOI for the county.
So there's nothing left to do on it then?
No, that was just a question that was asked. It was continued for that.
Okay. So the question's been answered.
Yeah, guys.
We'll forward
I haven't
that.
had a chance to really-
Alexander's forwarding that to y'all now.
Okay.
Let's go to SEB 2021-160, City of Cuthbert, illegal campaigning. It's
So
number
we're coming back
46.
to this or something?
Pardon me?
We're coming back to, or we're just what are we doing with this? case?
Well, there was no action to be taken. It's just a question to be asked of the Secretary of State's office.
Okay.
The City of Cuthbert, illegal campaigning is number 46.
This case was for illegal campaigning. Gino Carreras advised that the respondent, Bobby Jenkins, drove to the poll with campaign signs on his vehicle. Gino stated that he, his supporters, and other candidates were campaigning across the street from the polling location. Around 2:30 p.m., another candidate, Bobby Jenkins, left the campaigning area and drove his wife to the polling location across the street and within the 150-foot rule. Gino gave a list of 3 witnesses, and the investigator was able to speak to 2 of them who corroborated the story. One said late morning, when Gino said 2:30 in the afternoon. That was the only discrepancy. The 3rd witness never responded to the communication attempts.
So this was confirmed by two witnesses that it occurred.
Yeah, he called Bobby, who referred him to an attorney, and the attorney said, "We're not going to speak with you unless you show us evidence."
The attorney said what?
He had nothing to say unless they could prove with evidence that his client did that. They weren't going to respond to it. And there was no surveillance cameras, so this was a potential violation due to the witnesses.
You spoke with the witnesses?
The investigator did.
You found them to be believable?
He did.
He did?
Investigator did.
It's
We didn't get a
it's
statement
legal
from Mr.
campaign.
Jenkins or his attorney, because they wouldn't cooperate unless they showed him proof.
Send it to the AG.
Our history has been either a letter of reprimand or a letter of lie on the illegal campaigning stuff. It's been our,
Yeah, but I mean, the attorney said he wouldn't talk unless.
okay.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure of the board.
What was the question?
The chair will entertain a motion.
I'm open to a reprimand if that's what everybody wants to do.
You make a motion?
Yeah. All right, I'll make a motion that we send a letter of reprimand to.
We have a
Mr.
motion to issue a letter of reprimand. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Go to SEB 2021-034, Hancock County. It's number 60, tab 60. Let me ask the board before we get started. Henry County was here all day yesterday and could not attend today. They have quite a number of cases on here to be heard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
Six cases, and 4 of those 6, Henry County is respondent. And so if we want to continue those cases since they're respondent, we can, and we can hear the other 2 to where they're not the respondent. Move those forward.
Okay.
So we'll get to those in a minute then. All right, let's go forward with this 2021-034.
Okay. This is a complaint from the complainant Nancy Stevens regarding the November 2020 general election. So she made a number of allegations. There's 4 different allegations that she made. We only substantiated the 3rd one. So the first, she said that a individual by the name of Marion Warren had a tent set up at the skating rink / youth center polling location located at 12560 Augusta Highway in Sparta, Georgia, and he was passing out free food, and she claimed that they were asking for information on how electors voted. There was also concerns about the location of the tents and that they should have been moved further back from the polling location. You want me to just go through the whole and then go through the first, or you want me to just read all 4 of them off at one time, one after the other?
Just read them all 4 off quickly.
Okay, all right. Her second complaint was a camera located at the skating rink / youth center polling location, located that same location that I just mentioned, was turned on and could monitor voters while casting their ballots. Her third one was the camera monitoring the drop box at the board office was malfunctioning. Her fourth complaint was student volunteers were handling memory cards, delivering them to the skating rink precinct, and a chain of custody was not completed. So for the first allegation, we didn't have any evidence to indicate that that's what this individual was doing. She was just basing it off of her own opinion. The investigator spoke with Mr. Warren. He was beyond the 150 feet. He said that he often does community events, and he was handing out food at that location. So we didn't find any evidence to indicate that he violated code. The second one, regarding the camera, Nancy Stevens, even herself, the actual complainant, stated later that the camera could only record voters coming in and not casting their vote. So she basically handled that one for us herself. The third one was the one that was sustained. Apparently the camera that was supposed to be monitoring the drop box malfunctioned. IT had to step in and make some fixes to that camera. I think she was trying to do an open records request and they didn't have it, and that's how it was discovered. And so ultimately, that was the violation. And at the time, there was no state statute that covered drop boxes. However, there was a SEB rule, Rule 183-1-14-0.6-.14, regarding secure absentee ballot drop boxes that was violated in this particular case. The fourth allegation was unsubstantiated. And then unfortunately, though, he asked for the chain of custody forms and it was beyond the 2-year holding requirement. So they didn't have those forms, but they vehemently denied that kids were handling. I don't know where that, well, it came from, I guess, the complainant, but we couldn't prove that that was occurring. So that's the whole gist of the case. And the violation is, as I stated, in allegation 3, with the camera not being on that drop box, the absentee ballot drop box.
Because of a malfunction, right?
Yes,
The camera?
that malfunction. Yeah, they fixed it, obviously. And
They have fixed it?
yeah, oh yeah, they fixed it then.
Okay.
Yeah, back then.
Dealing with over 20,000 cameras countrywide, I'm a little sensitive to that issue.
Michael, did they provide the video to the complainant?
Oh, for open records request?
Yes.
We didn't,
Oh.
I don't know if we asked for that.
The chair would entertain a motion on this case.
Yeah, that wasn't part of her complaint, the open records request. That's just, it's just that the camera wasn't functioning, which was the requirement.
Yeah.
It wasn't a requirement to function? No.
No, it was required, the camera wasn't functioning as required. So
Yeah, that was
yeah.
a violation of the law,
That's
of the rule, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, they since fixed it.
Oh,
They
it was
fixed it
fixed.
immediately.
It was fixed within 2 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
I recommend that we send them a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction on allegation number 3. Are you making a motion to dismiss the other ones?
Yes.
Yes, and dismiss the other allegations. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to issue a LOI on violation number 3 and dismiss the others. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? No hearing, no opposition. So moved, 3-0. We're going to hear this one Henry County case because they're not a respondent on it. So it's SEB 2023-064. Rick, do you want to?
Tim will take a second.
Okay. We're going to hear 2 of them. There's one other one. We'll hear them both.
All right, let me do it.
Okay. 2023-06462. So this is simply another case where a individual drove his
Yes, it is.
Volkswagen Atlas
Yes,
within
basically
150
similar
feet.
in almost every respect to the one we heard
It was
yesterday.
verified through video surveillance.
Yep,
So he was there.
Yes.
Okay.
yep.
Did he have something on his vehicle?
What's that?
Did he have something on his vehicle that,
Yes, so, and this one, let's see. Hold on.
He had campaign material display.
Placard, okay.
vehicle.
The chair will
Yes,
entertain a
it's-
motion.
I make a motion that we send this to the Attorney General's office, or letter of reprimand. Letter of reprimand.
We have motion to issue a letter of reprimand on this case. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, motion carries 3-0.
I'm going to send everybody to it.
Let's go back and finish this one other Henry County. Wait a minute, no, they're involved in that one, never mind. All right,
Continue.
2021-178 Oconee County. It's number 68. Alexa, would you tell Rick to come back in?
Okay, this is a situation in which an individual stole the previous tenant's identity and used her information to obtain a voter ID card. She was ultimately arrested, prosecuted, and actually sentenced. However, the administrative charges and the violation of state statute regarding false registration, and the respondent is Cheryl Chase, is OCGA 21-2561, false registration. She registered as an elector under a name that was not her own and gave false information while registering.
So she's already been prosecuted, criminally prosecuted.
Yes.
We're looking at a civil violation here then.
She did, yeah. This is about check cashing fraud. So, but ultimately, we're just dealing with the
so
election
she was-
piece of it.
criminal
we're
was
dealing
check
with
cashing
we're dealing with the election.
Yeah.
What's that?
You said
Yeah,
the
we're dealing
criminal
with
was the check
election aspect
cashing.
that she
Okay.
violated in obtaining that ID of the previous
Yep.
tenant in order to commit the crime of fraud that she committed later and was prosecuted.
If there's no questions, the board would consider a motion.
Yeah. I make a motion we send this one to the Attorney General's office.
We have a motion to send this to the AG. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved by 3-0. Next one's SCB 2021-144, City of Richland early voting. It's number 69.
This complaint came in from a Mr. Ross and also a self-report from the city of Richland, and advised that the city did not have early voting for 2 Saturdays, just the one Saturday. Ms. Hudson, the election supervisor, advised it was a misinterpretation of the amended Senate bill, and after a call with their election board, added a Sunday to early voting, October 24th, and they still had early voting on Saturday, the 23rd. Ms. Hudson advised that the voter turnout for October 24th, that Sunday, was approximately 8 to 12 electors, which matched typical voter turnout for early voting, and she said they didn't receive any complaints regarding not being able to vote on October 16th. Sufficient evidence to show that Elfrida Hudson and the Stewart County Board of Elections violated OCGA 212385 subsection D1B, procedure for voting by absentee ballot, and 212385 subsection D1B3, when the dates, times, and locations of the ability of advance voting were not published 14 days prior to the beginning of the advance voting period.
If the board wants to do anything besides a dismissal or LOI, I would recommend that we continue this case and allow them to respond to it since,
I mean, I think at LOI.
do what?
Mr. Chair, the population of Stewart County, Georgia is 4,674. I think having missed one day of early voting, but substituting another day, a weekend day for early voting is quite sufficient for an election in Stewart County. I'd recommend dismissal.
We have a motion to dismiss this case?
Well, I do have a question about, I mean,
Yes.
they didn't notify them in time of the change, right?
That's right, that's the second violation, is it didn't notify them 14
They weren't
days
notified
prior.
of that new date.
Well, they couldn't do the 14 days because they were already in the 14 days of early voting.
Right.
So to add that day would have been impossible to hit the 14 days.
How many days did they give them?
When they realized they'd made the mistake, I mean, it was put out there, that's how they had people voting. But it just wasn't within the 14 days because they didn't catch it until then.
Would you consider an LOI instead?
I like the LOI because, I mean, going forward, you just can't decide. We're going to change this in the middle of the election. I think it sets precedent, and if it happens with a bigger county, I think, we can't dismiss theirs.
Would you withdraw your motion?
I'll withdraw my motion.
Yeah, Chair will entertain a motion.
Okay, I make a motion, we send them a letter of instruction.
We have motion to send a letter of instructions, is there a second?
Second.
We have motion second, any discussion, hearing no discussion, all those in favor of sending a letter of instruction, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Did you vote aye, Janice?
Oh, aye.
Motion carries 3-0. We're down to our last two. Next one's SEB 2021-176, Screven County, number 71. Screven County. Screven. I got all the hard names right, and I can't get the county right.
They pronounce them.
Okay, 21-176, Screven County. The investigations received a complaint alleging that Screven County Registrar and the Registrar's Office does not maintain courthouse office hours Monday through Friday from 8 to 5. The investigation centered on the Screven County Registrar's Office, whether it remained open to the public during those times. Interviews with the courthouse personnel, to include the Screven County Probate Court Judge, County Clerk and Superior Court, County Manager, and the former election supervisor, indicated that it had been common knowledge, as well as having personally witnessed the office being closed during the normal course of the workday. The registrar acknowledged in a sworn...
Excuse me, does anybody need to hear anything else about this? No? The chair would entertain a motion.
Well, I have,
Questions? Yes.
is anyone here from Screven County?
No.
Okay. In looking into this, this supervisor is now retired. She's 86 years old. She was the only employee in this office. I beg the question of how would she go to the restroom or eat lunch or go to a doctor's visit without having to put a note on the door and provide a phone number, which apparently in the statement by the probate judge and two other interviewees said that she did. There's one person that was interviewed that had negative things to say, which are not really documented. They're just hearsay. And this woman was president of Gabrielle a couple of years ago, which makes me think that she was highly regarded in the election supervisor circuit. So I would recommend that we kindly dismiss this case.
We have a motion to dismiss this case. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Case is dismissed. Next one's SEB 2021-116, Toombs County. It's number 73.
All right, so this complaint is regarding the July 13th, 2021 special election runoff in Toombs County. And we received a complaint regarding this indicating that Toombs County had a problem with their polling pads not encoding the voter access cards. They did not have enough emergency ballots on hand. A tech had to reboot the poll pads to get them up and running, as the poll managers did not know how to manually create a ballot on the BMD. So ultimately, our investigation revealed that basically they weren't doing the training that they needed to, and they did not have sufficient emergency ballots. Once the investigator went there, he actually quizzed them and asked them, and he said that none of them knew what emergency ballots were, et cetera, and as he dug into it a little more, Mrs. Allie Good, I believe her name is, from Toombs County, basically said that they only had 2 election training sessions in 2021. So based on the investigation, it suggests that Toombs County Board of Elections and Registration and Carrie Allie Good violated OCGA 21-299, instructions of poll officers and workers in election procedures. And there's also evidence to suggest that they violated SEB Rule 183-1-12-.11, sub 2, sub C, conducting elections. They did not have the appropriate amount of emergency ballots on hand. Yeah, Allie Good, yes. ALLIGOOD.
They were notified to show up for this, Alexander?
Yes, but I email and
If we were going to take any substantial action, I would recommend that we continue this case and see if they will show up at the next meeting. And if they don't show up, then we'll be forced to take whatever actions
Okay.
necessary. Is there a motion to continue this case?
I move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 This case is continued, go to 3-0.
We're continuing to Henry County.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote on those now. Okay, we have 4 Henry County cases, where Henry County was notified and they showed up yesterday, and we're not able to make it today. These cases are SCB 2020-296, SCB 2023-073, SCB 2024-022, and SCB 2024-092. I would recommend that we continue those cases and allow them an opportunity to show up next time. They did show up this time, they just weren't able to come the second day. And we can put them first on the agenda next time if we need to, or put them up on the agenda, make sure that we cognizant of time. The chair would entertain a motion on that.
So moved.
So there's a motion to continue the following named cases, SCB 2020-296, SCB 2023-073, SCB 2024-22, I'm sorry, SCB 2024-022, and SCB 2024-092. We have motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
I second.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just like to say a word of thanks to the investigators for the cases that we heard over the last 2 days that have been quite timely and more recent than I think, which I very much appreciate. It really improves the investigation and evidence being able to be presented. And I think it eases the burden of our job as far as making a decision such that the statutes are current, the equipment is being used as being described, and that we can properly hear these cases for the voters and the election workers.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
I think Michael has
Chair, I just had one question,
Yes.
if I may, and thank you. But 150, 2021 150, did we skip that?
Is that one of them, is that the fourth?
City, no, that's City of Edison. It's on the list, but we didn't. didn't cover it.
150?
Yes, 2021-150.
We dismissed that.
Yeah, I think we dismissed that one.
There's
Right.
two 150s.
Yeah, there's 2024 150 and then 2021.
We dismissed,
Oh, no, this is
No, not
Edison City Hall.
2021
This is a
150,
different
we
one.
didn't.
I have 2021 150 dismissed, allegation number 1. Dismissed 3-0, allegation number 1.
There's 8 allegations on that complaint. So, yeah,
Yeah, we just dealt with allegation 1. Yeah, that will, we continued the others on that. That was Henry County too, right?
no,
No.
City of Edison.
All right, let
City of Edison.
me go to it. 51.
Yeah, I don't remember talking about this one.
I know we talked about it because we,
It's a long case. I mean, it's a lot of allegations.
And they're all
If
substantiated.
y'all wanna-
Substantiated.
If y'all want to,
I know we talked about it because,
I mean, I'd rather get through it and get done with it. I mean, but it's up to you, of course. It's.
well, I know we dismissed allegation number, well, I have dismissing allegation number 1.
Do you want to continue?
Yeah, there's
the
8
others?
different allegations on here. So,
Let's see if they'll come into the machine.
and 6 of them are substantiated, so.
Yeah, we're gonna continue that case.
Okay,
Yeah,
Let's see if they'll come in.
Yep.
Some of the respondents, they may have,
okay.
yeah.
all right,
It's,
so we had 3 other things on the agenda. 4 of the things, the discussion of the proposed rule has been continued at the request of the petitioner. Executive session, there's no need for that, so we'll take that off the agenda.
can we also continue the Rules Committee discussion as I have one other person I'm thinking about.
Well, we're not gonna put people on today. My question, my reason for bringing this up is that Dr. Johnson and I have had multiple conversations about forming a Rules Committee, and with the thought of allowing all parties to have a voice in upcoming rules. And my thought was that we would have the board, each board member be able to place 2 people on that Rules Committee. And we'd like to see a combination of, election directors, we'd like to see a legislator too, if we can get them on there. We'd like to see, citizens and just, and some attorneys, some election attorneys, to where we can send rules, if we feel it's necessary, to this committee and have them vet it and smooth it out before it comes before this full board for hearing.
How often they gonna meet?
Well, it'll be whatever the need is.
Okay.
And the chair will be of the committee, they'll vote on their chairman, and these I feel like our board members should be able to monitor it as they feel necessary. But if this board would agree to allow Dr. Johnson and I to move forward with that and get that set up, and we will inquire with each of you as to what 2 members you'd like to put on the committee yourselves.
Yeah.
And so if the board would make a motion to form the Rules Committee and allow Dr. Johnson and I to work towards that, then we'll proceed down that road, so.
So moved. Yeah.
So we have a motion from Member Jeffers to form the Rules Committee, and we have a second from Member King to form the Rules Committee and Dr. Johnson and I will work together. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Vote carries 4-0. The last item on the agenda today is to adjourn. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
We have a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
You didn't ask me.
Thank you all for attending. Sure.
It's the series, and
it needs to be addressed for the